Didn't change anything. Ah! I didn't change any of the information. I'm a professional. Everyone block your eyes. I have to clean the camera a little bit. Try to do that without flicking my sweater over it too much and making it do that dark and light thing that fucks with people's eyes. What am I doing tonight? I don't know. Actually, I do know because I announced what I was doing. Everything's wigglier than usual.
Why must you fail me so often?
There we go. It's a little bit better. Right, that solves that. That category, we all know the first 4 hours is for talking. Blah, blah, blah. Updated. Okay, there we go. So hello everyone. I didn't say it because I realized that I didn't change anything. So hello. Hello people. Just have my phone back there. Why not? Hi, it's me. Going through the list. Hello, Alexa. Hello, Sugar. Hello, Dandy, but personal like. Hello, Ray. Hello, Marty. Hello, Farrell. That's the stress. Yeah, hello, people. Go fix that burger, Dandy. Use a whole ass, like, wrench. Do, like, a 3/4 wrench. For 4 hours. Skullurdays are really getting longer, but I love that. I appreciate that you love that, Ray. Thank you. Number 117, socket wrench and pliers. There you go. Fix the fuck out of that burger. It's gonna be so fixed. And Dandy, if you have, like, weird BDSM gripes about society, fucking, we'll talk about it. I love that. Let's go. I'm all about it. I love topics like that. They're just so fun. Woo! Hi, JJ! I'm eating my dinner, Tato. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. It's got a safe place to air all of your gripes. Lord fucking knows I've done it enough. This is a safe space to gripe, and people will take your griping seriously. Steps onto soapbox. Just confused how a tool for effective and safe communication is contributing to assault. And that's the fun shit, Dandy. It's not. It's not actually. That's one of those fucking gaslight bullshit things where people try to convince you that the good thing is a bad thing because they say so. And here's their half-baked argument saying why theirs is the best. It's like, what if I just, like, put myself in this girl and got, like, no feedback whatsoever? Or if I did not listen to a single fucking thing. Wouldn't that be awesome? And it's like, my guy. Fuck. People who don't want, don't like, or don't support communication in the bedroom, those people need to be taught a very invaluable and unforgettable physical lesson. What that physical lesson is, I cannot define. But only because I could define it in a lot of ways. But only because then people go, you're threatening people with violence. If I just don't say what the unforgettable, invaluable lesson is, it could be anything. And then you can get away with whatever the fuck you want. Dandy making good points in chat. Safe words can be for all the time. Safe words don't have to have an occasion. They can just be applicable. Which is great. Especially if you got people who get super overwhelmed in certain situations to the point where they can't get out, like, a sentence to describe why they're overwhelmed, or a sentence of what they need. They could just say safe word, and they're now only having to get out 1 or 2 words, and the group goes, this is now a bad thing for this person. Let us sweep them away to a place that's not this and not these things happening until they calm down and they can tell us what's up. It'd be a safety thing. And safety is important. That's what OSHA's for. OSHA will make sure you're wearing a hard hat in a construction site, you have railings on your stairs, and you have a safe word for when you're getting railed. Or something. I don't know what OSHA is, really. Just as they do safety. I just know it from all the media. Licking my fingers is a bad idea because they're covered in plastic and hairspray. But my hand's also covered in butter, so. Yeah, USA. OSHA's an USA thing, so I don't know about it. Well, I know of it. I don't know the details of it. You go fix your burger, Dandy. Go get that hammer. Defines policies, regulations. Oh. Gotcha. I mean, it'd be a very good sweater for society. It's like OSHA keeps you safe on the work site and in the bedroom, but it's like one of those seals that you get, like something to seal your approval. And then watch us get sued by OSHA. Can I show you some my wiggle? I'm a Dorcas and I love it. Yay! Yay! What you signed about, Sugar? What are you doing? What's going on? The shirt! What? Don't you like it, Sugar? Don't you like this thing that's my hyperfixation that's meant for me? Aren't you thrilled about the thing for me? I accept it. Yeah. You're gonna have to, because I'm wearing it. I like a nerd. I wanna beat him up and give him a smooch. Oh yeah. It works. I accept that it's a thing that exists. Good. Great. I mean, you could not accept it. You do whatever the fuck you want. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. This is my shirt.
It's fucking diabolical.
It is.
Nerd bullies other nerd romantically, so just childhood crushes. Poor Dandy. Shirt. Dandy. Shirt. Watch Sugar sigh again. Look! Celebrate it with your burger. I got my dumbass shirt. I'm so happy. It's here! I did get it! I'm so happy. My teeth are disgusting. 'Cause I've been stressed, so I haven't been taking care of myself. I want to beat him up and give him a smooch is also what Batman thinks while saying yes, riddles in the Arkham games. We all know it. We know it's up in there. This is important. It's in all caps. It's approved. Got the Gotham box set. Need to pick it up tomorrow. Don't have to keep watching streams. Can watch it better quality and get to catch all the bonus features. Fuck! Damn, Marty. You're going hard. Get it. Get it and good for you. Salty about Twitter bad take? What Twitter bad take is existing now? I mean, there's literally an unstoppable number of them, but what's this one in particular? It's very frog-like. Sounded croaky. Oh, the BDSM thing. Oh, Cryptid is the most smashable. All of them if you're not a coward. All of them. Smash every single one. With your pelvis, not with like a hammer or anything. That's cruel. They don't deserve that. Smash them all. Fuck yeah, Dandy. So many Redbubble has phone cases on sale. I'm trying very hard to convince myself I don't need a Stranger Things phone case. Oh, Ray, I saw your tweet about steady Christmas decorating with Jesse. And I'm very eyes emoji about it. Gotta smash them all. Here, let's do the thing that we do. Let me flip over here. And then I get big. We'll just... The webcam. Oswald! It's important, it's in caps lock. That song in particular is stuck in my head, and I don't know why, because I only heard it once tonight. But now it's following me mentally, and I'm sure it's the half a can of hairspray that I've huffed. That's playing up everything. Just say everything. It's storming. I didn't want to open my windows in the belfry. Should have. But just so much wig work to do. Still have a lot of wig work still. Smash this burger in my mouth. Fucking get it, Dandy. You fix that burger. Now you get to break it with your mouth. The tiny skull's hype man. Just let it float around. Make me feel better. Hey, Hella. Skulls, do you know about what episode Ed has special question mark pills? Oh, I could certainly figure it out within like a couple minutes. What did I tweak? Because I wrote some stuff. Eyes. I'm gonna have to go back to that tweet then and have a look at it. Let's see. Don't hassle. It's not a hassle. I love reading. Let's go. Ghost is season 3, episode 12. Good-night, monster. Isabella. Court of Owls. I'm sorry, he just has the clear capsules. Yeah, he went through like several different variations of that drug. So let's see. Probably a lurker. That's alright, Hella, you do what's right for you. That's what you want to do? Lurk the shit out of us. Hell yeah, we support you. Season 3, episode 15. Enigma pops pills, a hallucination of Oswald appears. So at least season 3, episode 15 has pills in it. I knew it was like mid-season 3. I started there. 315 is the clear ones. I'm gonna have to like dig through this. Cause this is like the No, I'm gonna end up digging through this and see if I can find it. I'm gonna be I'm like going so quiet because I'm like racking my brain for information. I need to stop. I need to stop and I'll look at it later. Research this room, just staring, being like, I have to know. To close that, or else I'll keep looking. Storm never came for me like they said it would. Well, at least you're not stormed, Marty. It's been raining today. It's raining right now. And the wind is starting to bluster and gust and everything else. Yeah, because is 315 the episode after he does the thing on the pier? Not that we're truly spoiling it for anyone here, but yeah, okay. So then that makes sense that those would be the first stage pills. Am I? Hoping I'm remembering something, but I'll have to dig through and see if I'm actually remembering something or what. Twitch browser whenever the stream is frozen. I don't know if I hold that still. I do hold fairly still when I'm focusing. Yeah. We'll dig through shit, Alexo. You let me know if it doesn't exist, because God knows I fucking misremember things all the time. Oh, Danny's back on the Danny Phantom Batman crossover bullshit. Fuck yeah! Danny Phantom fandom week for DC crossover, and there's so much more to read now. Oh, yay! I'm happy for you, Dandy. More content for you. Tailored to the things you love. Fuck yeah. I can't remember season 4 well enough. None of us do, Alexo, because it's not worth remembering. The shitty riddles. You didn't show up. As in lying, laying down, lying down, as in dead. Oh. It's like Oswald's just having none of his shit, and I fucking love it. It's so good. Face it, Ed. Your riddles suck. I love Ed running around. I'm the Riddler! I'm the Riddler! Like, crying, being mad. Oswald's like, your name is Ed and go fuck yourself. It's like, hell yeah. Get him, baby. Danny and Damien are twins. Ooh! Cute and also a bit sad. Danny is not having a good time once Amy is concerned for his twin. He thought it was dead. Aww. Bruce is also capitalized concerned. Is he ever... Oh, thanks, phone. Is he ever not concerned, really? What happens around Bruce? He always seems to be constantly concerned. Except for the one time he went through that teenage rebellious phase where he always wore that smarmy grin and wore sunglasses. What a fucking dickhead. Although, I'll tell you, the dickhead rich Bruce arc was so much fucking fun. When he's with his friends. And the one friend's being just like a shithead. He's like, I want to talk to the person who owns the club. Fuck you, Bruce. Bruce is like, I bought it like 5 minutes ago. Go fuck yourself. It's like, fuck yeah. Get him, you petty little shit. It was so good. It was so much fun. Inability to solve riddles. The worst symptom. Venom, Tobey Maguire with money. Not wrong. Another secret child. His other child is half ghost living ghost hunters, being a teenage superhero with no armor. No, not no armor. Oh, concerned dad, Bruce. I love Petty Bruce so much. Petty Bruce is a very special, magical kind of Bruce Wayne. And he's so lovely, and we get to have him every now and then as a treat. I also love while they were, with, like, him and Alfred at the auction. Bruce buys that one painting and he's like, "Woo! I love art!" And just starts, like, yelling. Alfred's like, "Bitch, you need to tone it down like 4 notches. What the fuck?" He's yelling, he's like, "I'm gonna put it in my bathroom!" David is a fucking treasure, and he played Bruce so goddamn well. I love it. Bruce, my beloved. Fuck. Coughing about that plastic. So much secondhand embarrassment. You can just feel it in your bones how fucking sad Alfred is looking at that, being like, "Oh, Jesus Christ. What have I raised?" 200,000 sold to Bruce Wayne. Aha! That's what I'm talking about. God. Should just become a Gotham streamer, but there's nothing to, like, actually stream. It's just me talking about Gotham. I mean, not that that's really any different than literally any other Skullurday. But just, like, make it official. Good job, Riddler, again. I think I still have all that out. I have to find that, screen share thing again. Skullurday brought back Gotham. Mostly Riddler. Ah. And you'd be a Gotham streamer. Fuck. Dandy, you crack the code. If I just draw Gotham, it's a Gotham stream. Fuck. And while I'm wearing the shirt, we'll just tilt the camera low so that it's in shot all the time. Animated series Alfred would have gotten Petty off with Petty Bruce. Resolved everything much quicker. Animated series Alfred would have, like, bitch slapped him upside the head with so much pettiness, Bruce would have learned a lesson. Both in how to be better and more petty, and how to smarten the fuck up. And Oswald, if Dandy is feeling particularly chatty about their boy. I mean, if Dandy's feeling the magic, we can always go mad about that. Let's go. No one can stop me when I'm on a hyperfixation. I'll fucking run. No one can catch me. I'm so fucking fast. Think of the fun David's Bruce. Install the brooding Batman scenes. The contrast is fun. Ugh. It's true. Sometimes other voided streams. Sometimes other voided streams are also brought to you by Gotham and mostly the Riddler, and God bless the other three for not only putting up with me and that, but also like politely waiting for me to be done of my usually incredibly long either story, metaphor, or memory. Bless those kids. Husband sitting marble pot, Daddy brings the gobble pot in left field. It's a fun time. Fuck yeah! Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about this before. Gobble pot's not my thing, but I 100% believe it existed. It's just not something that I perpetuate, but it absolutely started so much. Like, there would not have been a Nick Mobblepot without a Gobblepot start. I know the origins of this, and it sounded in my head like I said oranges. Origins of this, and I can respect where the origins of this came from. I'll just keep saying the word origins over and over and over again until it loses meaning. We appreciate and support various ships, and I love that. Fuck yeah. All the time. Unless you're talking about, like, Billy and Steve in Stranger Things, in which case I will fucking tell you that you're wrong. But that it's only because Billy would fucking hate crime Steve before anything happened. So, man is actively racist. Like, I'm going to believe he's not going to beat the shit out of someone for, like, a homophobic reason. Steve got into a homophobic fight. More or less. More that he used... What did he do? He was calling Jonathan gay. Did he slur him? I don't remember. But he most certainly at least implied that Jonathan was gay, and then they got into a fight. Although Steve loses, like, every fight that he's ever in. But I mean, if Steve's willing to throw around gay and then pick a fight, you know Billy would crush somebody and be like, and they were gay, so I can get away with this. It's like, oh, cool. Thanks, Billy. But also the people who are hating on... God, what's Billy's actor's name? It starts with a D. And it's like a slightly different name. It's like a daiquiri or something. And, people, like, looking at the actor and being like, that racist, and it's like, it's... Character, actor, not the same thing. Can we all fucking realize... Daiquiri! Yes! And I don't totally know how to pronounce it, but thank you, Farrell. I'm gonna call him Mr. Montgomery. Because I haven't heard his name enough to know the pronunciation. But yet, more people that do not know the difference between actor and character. And it's the fact that Mr. Montgomery plays Billy so well. And he does give Billy so many layers. And the arc that he goes on, which I've heard of, haven't seen because, of course, I'm still on season 1. Except for seeing all of season 4. But hearing about his arc and everything that he went through, it's like, yeah, okay. But the thing that gets me on Mr. Montgomery is, hi, King. Is that scene that people are like, no, to appreciate what he can do as an actor, you need to see this scene. And, spoilers, telling you now. I'm gonna put my finger here to be like, plug your ears, and when I remove it, the spoiler is over. So whenever at one point in the series, Billy is mind controlled, and during this scene where he's mind controlled, he's talking to one of the characters, and I won't go into like horrendous spoiler detail about it, but just to say that there are spoilers within the thing that I'm saying. That he does all of these like micro expressions sounding intimidating while having just an utter look of loss on his face, and that he's got this like perfect mix. Oh, hello and goodbye then, King. Get that editing done. We believe in you. And it's fucking beautiful how he's like threatening this character's life, their well-being, the well-being of those around them, saying like everything's gonna get fucked, so. And that he's doing all this and doing this like predatory walk up to the character, and the fact that he just like drops one tear down his face, but he has all of these little looks of loss while portraying intimidation. Fuck. Mr. Montgomery is damn fucking good. So much more Stranger Things than I've seen. I got up to episode 6 in season 1. I just haven't had any time to watch anything lately. And then I had to watch all of season 4 for Eddie, so I binged that in like a couple days. Naturally. So I wanted to see his little expressions and his little micro everythings, to be honest. I wanted to see how he moved and how he spoke and like all of his little flourishes and shit. It's just like, oh, makes me excited. Came out of season 1 shipping Steve, Nancy, Jonathan because apparently the time rule, I don't know. Nancy and Jonathan being an endgame would not make me upset. I think they can be cute together, although they've got some shit to figure out from everything I've seen in season 4 that I don't entirely understand because I haven't seen the other 3 seasons in their entirety. But, I mean, hearing about them and seeing them in passing through all of the Twitter and Tumblr and all the other types of posts, they seem cute together. They seem nice, and Jonathan's always been, like, a stand-up guy. Little creepy in season 1. But, I mean, other than a moment, which he grew out of, really not that big of a deal. And he's, like, so much better than he needs to be. And Will being, like, a little queer and just being scared of, like, everything. But Jonathan's with him through everything. Much as Will is like, ha 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 ha, everything's terrible, and I'm, like, in love with my best friend, and everything fucking sucks, and Jonathan's like, I know, and I'm here for you, and I love you no matter what. And like big bro hugs and shit. It's so fucking cute. Their relationship is so nice. And if Jonathan can treat Nancy like half as good as he treats Will, it's going to be a very good relationship once they figure their shit out. Steve and Nancy being endgame would be fucking disgusting. Actually fucking horrible. The whole, like, and hearing about everything, and Nancy not really being interested in kids, whether that's in the grand scheme of her life, or if that's, like, right now while she focuses on school and career and everything else. And Steve being like, I just want a gigantic family. The fucking, like, 6 little nuggets speech. Really hoping all of that shit happened because of trauma. And the fact that it's like, well, we might die soon, so I'm making a panic impulsive decision that I normally would not make under any circumstance, but I'm doing now because I'm scared. And this would be like my comfort thing, but you're really the one person that I've had the most romantic connection to. So you're the one who I'm going to tell all this to, and I'm just going to push it on to you because this is what my brain thinks is comfort, while we go and walk into another situation that might be the end of our lives and the end of the world as we know it. So if that's what happened, sure. Fine. Great. But even, like, Steve talking about the 6 little nuggets thing and being like, I just want a bunch of kids and a life in an RV. Nancy's like, bitch ain't having it. And good for her. She shouldn't. That apparently there was a whole, like, I saw different tweets and messages about, supposedly, um, the fucking Dunder Mifflin bros, had taken a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot of, have taken some internet, ideas into account and feelings, internet ideas and feelings, and they've changed a few things around. Now, if that's good or bad, who knows until we get there. What was it like? Summer 2024 is when the new season's coming out? Because they're filming it in 2023, so I don't think it'll come out until 2024, question mark? If I'm remembering that right, but God knows I don't remember many things right, so woo! Um, but I'm hoping. I mean, most roads are also pointing towards, like, Cass slash vampire, if anyone doesn't know what the Cass is. Cass slash vampire Eddie coming back. And, there have been a lot of dropped hints with that. I have seen quite a few good arts that include, Demogorgon, Steve Harrington. And I think it's just so cool. It looks so good what they did with, like, the scarring and the mouth and being spooky. Ugh. Look, we just need Cass Eddie to happen so that Eddie can potentially come back either as a person, because for somehow, some way, some reason, there's a way to reverse all of this, or to just exist afterwards as a monster, which even if he has to go back, sure. Me fucking with my eyes. But I just want him and Uncle Wayne to be in a scene together, but I'm just way too hooked on so much fan fiction and Twitter fan theories of Wayne being just like the best dad in the world. I just want to see it. Some art of that. Let's see if I can find it. We're gonna go back to our research phase. Let's see if I can track it down. fulfill his destiny of being a monster fucker. God, I can hope. There's also been a whole lot of Steve in an elf costume as his latest mall job that's been going around, and I've been going nuts for it. It's so good. And Punk Steve? Fuck. People have been going fucking ham with that. Ship things. Oh, there's one of them. Alright. Let me slap that down. That's with the mouth. And there's one of like sad boy steady getting coddled. Well, he's got his big mouth scars going. So beautiful. So well done. See when gosh, the kids would tease the shit out of him for it. I know, and they would, and it'd be so good. And people keep going about like Steady with Eddie working at the vinyl. Everyone loves making him work in a vinyl store. And then he sees like the Santa, I don't know, village stand, whatever anyone calls it in their area, being set up, and of course it's like in front of his store essentially, so you can see him. And Eddie just looking out and losing his mind every fucking time. Oh, right, that'd be so cute. Little Jesse. Anyway, stuff I've found recently. Isn't it good? The art is so good. It's so good art. It's so exciting. So good, so pretty. And on the account they have a couple more pictures. I can't remember if it's separate or not. But just like the pictures with him with the mouth open, they have another separate photo of just like him with the scarring so that they could track it. Ugh, so nice. I love it. Fuck. Dandy. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Let's put it in my bars for later. Or 14 synopsis said Ed had failed to stop himself from killing Lee. Oh, maybe. God, you have to watch the episode though. I'm so sorry for your loss, Alexa. Having to watch an episode in season 4. Fuck. Although really you can just like skip ahead. You can find Ed visually in the scenes and just watch those parts. Something I did with a lot of rewatches, where it's just like, haha, Gordon's in a scene. Completely jump over it. Episode also brings Ed to Arkham. Also sends that letter. Riddler's like, oh my god, don't fucking do that drastic thing you're gonna do. Why don't we just check into Arkham? It'll be fine. You're welcome. Bless, Dandy. Yay! It skips boring Gordon for fun slutty times in the Riddler. My favorite kids show. Fun slutty times with Riddler. I can just imagine Solomon Grundy being like the friend who's supposed to wander in and have like a life lesson, something or other to be learned. When he wanders in and he's like, "Aw, Riddler, I can't figure out this thing." Riddler goes, "You're a fucking idiot then. Are you shitting me? What do you mean you can't figure that thing out? It's literally child's level. You're not that stupid." Grundy can no tie shoe. Oh no. Riddler goes, "Just get fucking Velcro. What the? No. Not fucking teaching you how to tie your shoes. My boots have zippers." Fox, Bullock, Enigma all day. Fuck yeah. It's really racking up this kid shows. First, my little quiz point out fun slutty times with the Riddler. I really can't tie his shoes either. It's one of those things that, like, one of those things where it's like, he absolutely knew as a child, but he wasn't good at it, so he did everything he could to avoid it. So he can only tie his shoes to the point of putting, like, an absurd, complex knot in it that's just a fucking mess. Makes no sense. Can't do bunny around the tree and into the den or however people. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, I've had thoughts. Say it, JJ. Sweaty, frantic Ed yelling at rid of herself, but not so smart now, are you? Oh. So here's a suggestion. Here's a thought and here's a suggestion. What if specifically Riddler can't tie his shoes? Time for a second, who broke skulls? Look, Sugar, Ray gave me the thought and the shared idea of what if Riddler can't tie his shoes, and it's incredible. It's so big-brained. Going specifically off, like, the Gotham version of the DID versus some basic facts of DID that do exist. It'd be funny if Ed could, but Riddler couldn't. Yeah! That's what I'm thinking! Is like, he uses Velcro, he would never. But everything is zippered. Velcro he thinks is too obvious, and he's like, everyone's gonna fucking know and they're gonna make fun of me. But abs. Oh. Okay, here's some. Okay. So here could be some origin lore for Ed can tie his shoes, but Riddler can't. It could be the fact that whenever Riddler was originally manifested, which typically happens, and why I always give Ed like a tragic fucking childhood, because DID, and talked about this before, often, not all the times, but oftentimes, majority times, forms because of childhood trauma and childhood abuse, which is usually why I have Riddler's like thoughts and inclinations to manifest in Ed usually whenever he's like prepubescent, and that Riddler doesn't actually start forming in solid thought until like late teens, early 20s. But that Ed goes through times of, oh, it's 9 o'clock, so all of my coloring has faded because my screen shifts. I always look at things and I go, why is everything so warm toned? But I have the blue light dims on my computer at 9 o'clock and turns warmer, so it's easier on my eyes. Yeah, so that, still in that prepubescent phase, that Ed can have times of dissociation where Riddler comes forward, where he's like a full-fledged person. He's really what Ed thinks an adult is, could be, should be. So he's an adult, so Riddler is like in his, we'll say, late 20s to mid 30s in Ed's mind. And Riddler, whenever he comes forward, whenever he is presently active with Ed's body, that this is like a late 20s to mid 30s year-old man, but he's in like a 14-year-old's body, which is fantastic to me. That Riddler can also look in the mirror and be like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Are you kidding? I am a man. What is this? Why am I a child? This is awful. It begins him overcompensating for everything while he waits for Ed to grow up and catch up to him visually. But in that, Riddler doesn't really manifest actively until those prepubescent years. Long after Ed has already learned a lot of basic skills. So Riddler, because he was not present when those things happened, he doesn't have Ed's experiences to leech off of, which is then feeding more into the Gotham side of DID, where Ed like actively hallucinates him around and they know what each other are doing even if they aren't present, but if they really want to, they can block the other one out of knowing what's going on. It's really a weird participatory thing. So Ed would have all of these experiences, including tying his shoes. And every time Riddler comes into Ed's body actively, Ed already has, like, his shoes on, or he's already at home, and I'm a big proponent of shoes off in the house. So every time I talk about people in their homes, shoes are off. So he'd really only appear, in my lore, whenever Ed is under horrendous duress, usually during times of abuse, which he's a fucking nerd. So, bullying in school, bad home life. Two areas where Riddler, in my origin, would become present in Ed's body whenever Ed starts to dissociate out of what's going on. So either Ed already has shoes on and Riddler doesn't even have to think about it, or shoes aren't even an option. They're not on, they're put away, they're whatever. So what if Riddler has actually never had to tie shoes before and doesn't understand how to do it? It's like his hands know the motions because he has all of Ed's experience, but he doesn't know how to put that motion into practicality. Into practicality. I'm just making up words at this point. I'm so excited. He doesn't know how to put those motions into action. So he tries to do, like, rabbit around the tree into the den, but all he's doing is, like, twisting the laces around and starts just, like, tying knots that make no sense. He knows the basic function in movement of what to do, but doesn't know what to do with those motions. Close your eye, let the muscle memory do it. Hi, Rebel. I've been so caught up in this, I didn't even see you walk in. Oh. So then it comes to the point where Riddler actually, like, wakes up as the active personality in the body, where he actually, like, goes to bed and wakes up himself and has to go through the day and the actions and getting dressed and everything else, and he gets to the dress shoes and he's like, fuck off. Tries to tie them, tries to tie them again, just starts making knots, and he's like, this is fucking bullshit! To the point where he just, like, cuts the shoelaces, pulls them out of the shoe, and is like, no, I'll get new ones later, fuck it. I can't do this. Then it has to go get boots with the zippers on them. Because he also just can't ask anyone. Because he would feel ashamed. He's so embarrassed about it. Oh, weird. Oh, face planted into a bush. Oh no. Was it a soft bush? Was it a prickly bush? I hope it wasn't a bad bush. Scratched up and back is sore. Oh, Rebel. No, that sucks. Riddler gets a pair of Crocs. Riddler gets a pair of Crocs. And he's got those shitty fucking, like, clips that you put into the holes. They're all just question marks. I fucking hate it. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh my god. Really carries things in front of himself so Ed doesn't see his untied shoes. Riddler just refuses to look down so Ed can't see that the shoelaces are just tucked inside. I do love that idea, and it plays along with, like, the sensory part of DID where mixing with the Gotham's version of it, where any of the personalities can only experience what the host is experiencing. They can't smell what isn't being smelled. They can't feel what isn't being touched. They don't know what's going on over here because the person is looking over that way. Or whoever's in charge. So I do fucking love the idea that Riddler gets up in the morning, and when he gets to his shoes, he bends down in an action to tie the shoes that he can't tie because he needs to go get like a pair of boots just from a store anywhere. And he just goes like chest to knees, but stares forward, just straight forward at a wall. It just does the hand motions until he makes a good enough knot to keep his shoes on his feet. Oh my gosh. Ray, what you've created here is beautiful. This can't be replaced. This is gorgeous. Run from Batman just goes, hold on, I need to put him in sports mode. Of course you have to be safe. He gets those Crocs with the date mode where you just flick out the high heel underneath it. Now you're ready to go. Enigma ties the neckties, Oswald ties the shoes. Flip-flops entire situation, but they're like bedazzled. These fucking bedazzled fucking Riddler in slides! Riddler going to get like a pedicure every week so that one day he just has an excuse on why he can't wear closed-toed shoes. Just so he can avoid laces. Did you dye your nails, Alexa? What? You paint? Did you dye your nails? Oh my god, I just love the idea of him in his silly little flip-flops, but he has his like full suit on. He spends so many little like crafty nights just trying to pimp out his laceless shoe collection so that they kind of match the aesthetic just so he can get away with it. Oh my god. He'd be so mad about it. Oh my god. Like Ray, you're right. You can't let people know you can't tie shoes. People will continually bring it up. It will never stop, even though it's never a topic of conversation ever in like a casual day-to-day situation. 100%. If it got brought up, people would continuously be pushing it in your face. Oh my god. I'm also thinking about, like, it was a huge thing in mid 2000s where you get the shoelaces that are really curly on the end, and they were like the no tie laces so that you could thread them through shoes, but I guess through sheer force of will. And like the tight curl of the lace meant that they would not casually come undone. You might need to like retighten them, but they were like no tie shoelaces. They were a huge thing for half a second. Rebel! Trying to figure out where Brother ran away to, hearing the distant flop, flop, flop as he runs away. Oh my god. Where's my fucking... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm just looking up flip-flops. I wonder... I need to know. Where is it? So the the slides, the flip-flops are these flip-flops. They're just extra bedazzled and painted green. Oh, just big, fucking chunky ass. Just ugly, ugly fucking slides. And he spends one whole evening painting them and putting like little gems and sequins on them. Fuck me. Oh my god. Oh yeah, hell yeah! Flip-flops with the extra strap on the heel. Fuck yeah! Sport utility for the summer! Oh, cat offended by getting pulled off keyboard. God damn. Oh, is she gonna come for deliveries wearing flip-flops while doing crime? It's a hazard! Feet get smushed real easily. This is so silly and it's making me very happy. Whole section of his closet of shoes that he doesn't have to tie just so he has something to wear. At least Ed isn't much of a runner. I love to believe that Ed has the endurance to run. He just has no form. Just like if he had sneakers, because he's always wearing dress shoes. You can't super run in dress shoes for very long. Although I know every action movie says that these people can just run in dress shoes for like 12 hours at a time. Physically, no, their feet are destroyed. They need a hell of a fucking insole. But get fucking, Ed a pair of fucking... What's a good dad brand of shoes? I know there's a couple in particular. Um, some like fucking Nike, Saucony, Adidas something. New Bounds. Yes, the ones with the little ends on them. That's what my brain wanted. New Balance. That's it. That's the name. Got a pair of New Balance. That I fully believe that that boy New Balance with an N for Enigma. That's why he chose them. He was so proud that it had his letter on them. Console that has my name on it. He'd be so happy. Second. It's these ones. He has these ones specifically. It's so green. It is a disgusting green. He would need these. Dandy, please share. Share and give. And also, thank you, Wolves. Tier 2, 15 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And fucking sees anything with a question mark and the letter N and goes, made just for me. Which I can't fault our Ed for. Getting excited about having an N or a question mark and being like, it's mine! I do the same dumbassery when I see a skull on things and I go, oh, it's me! It's my brand! It was made for me to own it! So, totally believable, I understand. My mobile, okay, let me open my tumbles. Do I do something with sunflower on it? Right? Alright, I need to try to find the thing. Who am I following? How do I get to my profile? Oh my god, is it the Izzy thing? Yes, okay. I should be able to share this now because it'll just give a link to the post. Yeah, okay. So this is what Dandy is sharing with me, chat. If you know the gay pirates, and you should at this point, tattoo of Izzy hands is a fucking Playboy pinup. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Look at his big hairy honkin' bazongas. That's gorgeous. Thanks, you're welcome, absolutely. You know how I feel about mine too, so 100%. Share anything and everything, but not our Tumblr URLs. Truth, though? Need to be logged in. Gasp! What if I can... Alright, well, a few people don't have a Tumblr. Oh, there we go. That should just be the... That should probably maybe just be the image. I don't know how to do the internet. I'm too old for this. But I mean, 100%, like, I've talked about my fucking fissures before I talked about what my specific Tumblr URL is. And I have no interest in publicly having it be around. But it's so funny the things
fucking Steve Bonnet
that we will share before we get to like, no, you're not allowed to see me in like my most feral natural state. Linkworks, yeah! Dying all this is perfect. Everyone is confused because it's an N, not a question mark, but Ed is so proud. Well, whenever it's like the Ed of, oh no, computer crash, Marty, no! Whenever it's like Ed in charge of the shared Edward body, he's like, I like the question mark thing because I like riddles, but really, oddly enough, as anyone can assume, Riddler really goes ham on the question marks as like a brand thing. So it's like, yeah, I enjoy them. And if I see a question mark thing, I'm probably gonna get it. But it's just like a light enjoyment. So that's why Ed gets really excited about N's. He's like, look, N for Nigma, it's me! Wow, Riddler is like, that's an ugly fucking name, I hate it. No one call me Ed. Meanwhile, Oswald goes, Ed, do you want dinner? And Riddler goes, yeah, I could eat. It's like, you're a dumb bitch. Someone posted break containment onto Twitter. Someone's just out there, I guess. Oh, Rebel, no. God, I have so much shit everywhere in this tab. But it's like the scene where Ed gets kidnapped by that woman who has the nice dress. She made it herself. Wholly because it's just Corey in a fucking tank top and you get to see his shoulders, and I'm all about it. Such a defined neck and shoulder region. I'm captivated. Hey, Mary! I wish I had your eyebrows. I also wish I had my eyebrows. These are how they are. You can kind of see, yeah, let me turn the right way. You can see a little bit of that overgrowth because I have not plucked them or cleaned them up in like 4 months, something like that. I just honestly refuse to take care of them too much, but I do believe they're this shape and size because I was in that like junior high age, although my school didn't have a junior high, where having like pencil thin, like one hair eyebrows was the thing. So I used to like overpluck my brows a lot. So they were super fucking thin for a few years. And then ever since then, when I let them grow out, like this is as wild as they get. And to this day, I don't know if that's just because this is the shape of my brow and this is just naturally how far she goes, or if it's the overplucking and I destroyed a whole bunch of shit there that I shouldn't have. And now this is all it can do, but it's a very nice shape, and I appreciate them a lot. And then they let me do the little hooky anime boy point on them extremely well, so I can't complain. I love my eyebrows. They're very low maintenance, and they're very good, and they're a good size for my face, so why not? We appreciate them. Appreciate y'all being so protective of your Tumblr URL. Just haven't cared in years because everything has to be the same. I forget. People want to go through my shit, that's their problem. You're so brave, Ray. God damn. The soldier.
Oh, no, he's hot!
Yanks, Marty. The soldier we all wish we could be. Running into the battlefield, Tumblr URL on your shield, yelling and running at people. But thin eyebrows, that was a time. It was a big time. It happened to so many people. Everyone got overtaken by it in my school. Or anyone of age pretty much got swept away by the thin eyebrow fad. And one of the girls I was hanging out with more at the time did them, like, constantly, so naturally, I did mine as well. I have thin eyebrows. Ooh! The nice thing, though, about thinner eyebrows, I'm guessing, what do I know, is that whenever you want to draw an eyebrow, I would imagine that it's less effort to produce slightly thicker eyebrows. Get yourself those nice little pencils and stuff. Versus having in your mind what you would perceive to be too thick of an eyebrow and having to keep up with waxing and plucking and shaping and maybe going and doing like that micro something or other threading and everything to try to pull them in where you think they look the best. It just seems like more effort needs to be put into smallening a brow than to biggening a brow, which, where's my little, I know my brow pencil is around here somewhere. Somewhere. I've seen it recently. Somewhere. My brain tells me it's on that table. And it was, but now it's here. LOL! Very tired and great at blocking people with no hesitation. Fucking get it, Ray. God damn. Oh, Dandy, it's fair though. Fucking teens on the internet now are unfucking stoppable and they need to fucking breathe is the thing. But I got my awesome eyebrow pencil that has the little thing so you can fade all the stuff and the little dry end so you can fucking make the eyebrow. And then it's got the little powder thing in the middle so that you can darken the eyebrows with the powder and then you fade it with the little mascara twirly bit on the end. It's fun, but a bitch to find a black fucking eyebrow pencil. I had to go through several pharmacies and a couple places to try to find a black eyebrow pencil. They're all like 17,000 shades of brown, but there are no black ones. It's bullshit. Blondes and browns and some reds, not too many. And I mean like the more natural, like gingery reds, not actual red. Finding a black eyebrow pencil? What a pain in the fucking ass. What color are my eyes? My eyes are, what's the word I'm trying to think of? I have central? Something like that. Central heterochromia. So my eyes are two separate rings of color. So on the outside, I have a ring of green, and on the inside, I have a ring of brown, which some people are like, that's hazel. And it's like, that's great for putting on like my license, but I need y'all to respect the fact that whenever you have hazel eyes, that's when no one knows what fucking color your eyes are, so they just give you a color and say that it's that. Um, but hazel eyes are when genetics took the blur tool in their art program and squiggled it all around the outside and made all the colors blend together into like this pretty little ombre shade. Mine are just a color, a color. They are completely separate rings from each other, and that in itself is pretty cool. I love my eyes. I do believe I got them from Mom. Mom has very similar eyes. The central heterochromia is, I think, like one of the more, I think is more common of the heterochromias. It'd be either that or like the partial heterochromias where people have like the sections or the squares that are different colors versus like the rest of the people who have like the amber or brown chunks or strips just on one part of their eye, and like the rest of it looks like a pie chart, but the rest of it would be like blue or something. Um, Beautiful. Oh, thank you, Mary. I mean, you can't really see, especially can't see it on stream. I could probably find a picture, but um, eyes were blue until age 10, faded to hazel and then green by 13. Ah, sectoral. Heterochlamydia. Damn, Alexo. Sectoral heterochromia is more common. Okay, I couldn't remember. I know one of those two were the more common, because having the full heterochromia with one eye and the other eye is like the rarest. Blue eyes that sometimes look green, sometimes look gray, and other times look regular blue. Ugh! Depends on the lighting. One of my friends from high school had eyes like that, and they seemed to change like every day, and that was always the big thing with people saying like they change with your mood. And some people it almost seemed to be that way. Um but yeah, it was all lighting. Like if she was outside versus on the bus versus like it being under a roof and everything. They always looked like a different color, and I thought that was so fucking cool. I'm trying to find any picture where you can clearly see my eyes, because I know like fucking eons ago I did a whole eye thing on Twitter. And I was like, here's my eyeball. They're neat. Give me your eyeballs and I'll compliment them. And I went through like this whole thing. It was really fun. It was super cute. Try to tell me I have hazel eyes, but they're more dominantly green with flecks of brown and blue, sometimes yellow. Oh, so pretty. Hey, chair. How's she going? All these pictures of me being a whore, but no pictures of my goddamn face where I can see my eyes. Fuck. Why is life so hard? Picture my old phone with half my face in the light of the sunset, and the other half is in shade, and they look like two completely different colors. Oh, that's cool! Came here to say hi to the crew. Well, it's nice to see you, Chair. It's always nice to have a chair around. Chair brings good luck. I'm blindly claiming. I think it's real, so that's all that matters.
Chair,
I swear to fucking God!
What is it?
Stop!
Oh, I found a picture that'll kind of work. I'm facing a window, so the color is blown out a bit. Second. See if I can fuck with it a little bit. Sugar, thank you for those bits. Dropping them just for chair. And okay, go with that. Oh, well, that's understandable, Alexo. It's always hard to. Ugh, I know plenty about being upset about your skin and it freaking out and doing things that you don't want it to do. So, 100% having like an uncomfortable moment and being like, no, I don't wanna show my face. Here we go, oh, big me! Oh, look, there's my eyeball right there. And here I am. It's so much darker, of course, in the light of the no light. It's my eyeballs. I got my green and I got my brown.
Oh no, he's hot!
Eyeballs are cool. Eyeballs are super cool, and almost everyone has them. And eyeball colors are very neat to pick apart and have fun with. They're just neat. Eyeballs are cool. If you have eyeballs, good for you. If you don't have eyeballs, I'm literally so sorry. We'll blow them out there. Chair, please. I think they're pretty. Oh, love your eyes, Ray. These sound beautiful. An uncle with only one. Ooh. Do you have a girlfriend? No, Mary, I got nothing. Just think they're neat. Marge holding a pair of eyeballs in her hand. High five to nothing! Hell yeah! I'll give myself a high five and pretend it was us, Cher. I believe in it. I believe in the power of this. I hope you did too. Or will. So I don't feel quite as silly. It's okay. I mean, it's super okay, Mary. I am, aromantic asexual, so, and I'm on the heavy side of both of those spectrums, so honestly, I have no interest nor care in having in a significant partner, of any variety, really. People give me anxiety, and thinking about relationships makes me paranoid to, like, an outrageous degree. And, back in high school, I would give myself, like, panic attacks trying to date people. I always got to, like, 2 weeks, and then I'd freak out and be like, yeah, no, we're done, bye! And then I'd get bored and I'd just start flirting with a different guy. Ah, not knowing identity yet. What a fun time. Crazy what we do when we don't know who we are. I also high-fived as I typed it. Fuck yeah, chair. So proud of us. Yay! Yeah. So it's all good. Ah, who needs people when you have rapidly growing and deteriorating codependence on your friends who tell you things that get your hopes up and then you freak out later? But that's my own digressions. That's honestly what I was talking about whenever I put out the tweet that was like, I am sad boy. That's exactly what I was thinking about, was the thing that I just said. I think I have central heterochromia in my eyes, but it's hard for me to be certain because seeing my eyes without glasses is hard. Oh no! Don't have a mirror to smush my face. Research it, Ray. Thought you were gonna say dependence on fan fictions. No, sugar, that's what I use to fix the sad feelings of the thing I was talking about. When I feel bad about those things, then I lean onto my dependence of fan fiction to be like, look at these people having like a happy life together. I'm just going to I'm just gonna like mirror myself onto the situation, then it's fine. It's like I'm loved and I can accept it. It's wild. You research though, Ray. You stare at those eyeballs or get like a half decent photo of them and then put your glasses on and then see what's there and you report back to us. You don't obviously don't have to rush to do it now, but when you know, let us know. I'm curioso. Trying dating apps, but one, this selection has been rancid. That's a fucking descriptor. Two, I'm beginning to think I'm not as emotionally available as maybe I should be. Is it that not as emotionally available as maybe you should be, or not as emotionally available as people would expect an average person to be? It's the wording there. Do you dance alone? Constantly. I did it earlier. Every time I go out to my little work studio, I put on Woman by Doja Cat and I just dance through that song. It just makes me happy for some reason. Report back by Monday. Please do, Ray. I don't know if I'll be doing streams this week, including the Monday, Wednesday, just so I have more hours to work my costume and get everything done and get packed. Because I work tomorrow. I work an open tomorrow, and then I work a close on Monday, and then I have Tuesday and Wednesday off, and then I leave Thursday. Um, so I might be taking Monday and Wednesday off of streams, and then of course no Skullurday because I'll be away. Um, so that I can make sure everything is as set as it can be, which boy howdy, we're running out of time. But this is probably the most prepared in being unprepared at this point that I've ever been. So honestly, that's basically character growth as far as I'm concerned. Who's to say? You know what, Rebel? 100% fair and valid. Love that song. It's a fun song. It's just got like a nice groove to it. And she does a whole like belly dancing part in that song, and it's so, she does it so professionally. And I mean, she's a dancer, so of course she will. Um, with like the right amount of practice and time and everything that goes into it, but it's just fun. Should dance to carry out. Fucking have you open like an IHOP. Fuck off. Going to Ohio. I am going to Ohio or something right. Going to Ohio or something right. Getting there on Thursday. Getting there Thursday afternoon. and getting everything out, ready, double checking everything, making sure TSA didn't have to break into my bags and that they didn't fuck anything up, and that people throwing the baggage around haven't ruined anything on me. Setting everything out, getting everything ready, doing a few tasks to complete, probably ed teach for Sunday. Probably going to be doing that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. With just how much I can't focus on him right now. Trying to get Nick's done for the competition. But, God, did I split that? I did split that. Distracted. Noticed something. It's my favorite song right now. Good! Love that song, Dandy. Fucking enjoy it. Fucking get that Timbaland carry-out song. Fucking bump and grind to it. Have fun. Fuck it. Why not? It's catchy though. It's got a good beat. I'm at the point now where, like, I'm so focused on getting things done that I'm forgetting to take pictures, which is part of the whole thing, is to have pictures to track your progress so you can prove to them that you did all of the things. But now I'm getting to the point where it's like, I don't have time to stop and take pictures of everything. So now they're becoming further apart in progress. It's like, y'all are just gonna have to take my fucking word for it. And I can describe all of the things that I've done. But at this point, I was like, less than a week out, couldn't stop. And it's like, I made a circuit for the first time. Dad gave me a schematic of a circuit so that I could have my fairy lights fade in and out, but also that two of them would fade in while the two others were fading out, and then vice versa, and they just slowly fade, blink back and forth. And we had like resistors and capacitors and circuits and soldering and a chip and Dad gave me like a basic walkthrough of the schematic, kind of what certain things meant, how this is that, this is this, and these are actual like physical connection points, and like these are all the other things, and the electricity. Too true, chair. I lost that end of an earring. And the electricity, which actually is a 9-volt battery that we keep popping on and off, so that I can take a fresh one whenever I leave, but we just got one that we're slowly eating through, very slowly eating through, while I continually test it to make sure that everything I'm doing to the headpiece hasn't fucked with any of the wires, or the fact that I'm putting hot glue fucking everywhere hasn't risen the temperature and everything and like loosened it somewhere and fucked with the wires or whatever. So I'm just constantly testing it to make sure that it's all good. I shouldn't say constantly, but often. As often as one would once save a Word text document if they had accidentally had the power go off on them while writing one time. That kind of, you're saving every like 10-15 minutes out of true fear that it might happen again. It's me just touching the battery to the connection to make sure that everything is still blinking how it should. But yeah, this is my first time doing electronics in a costume. This is the first time I've done a wig where it actually physically like comes apart so that I can transport it easier. I've got like special headpieces and additions so that I can like pluck the bun out of the wig, and I am in the process of getting the big like fan of hair that Nyx has covered in wefts and hair and getting them all to lay down so that it covers over the foam so you can't really see it. And the lights are glued to the foam so that they can sparkle like the night sky underneath. And then I've got special wig colors. I got like this purple and black one, and I've got like this green that has little hairs of blue and almost black in it, and I'm mixing those kind of together back and forth. So I make like a little funky color, and then they're all the night sky. Ugh. I've never had multiple parts to a wig before. Everything's always been either wig or has been one piece. So like, I'm at the point where I have to take my beanie off of my ears and it's gonna sit funny. Yeah, so there's a lot to transport, and thank God I've got multiple bags that I can take that I'm gonna have to check in, but luckily with some like weird bonus something or other I've got, I don't have to pay for any of them, so I can just bring all the bags and just hope that everything makes it, both in one piece and just at all. And thinking of how to safely pack everything. And then anxiety abounds until I get to Ohio and I can see if my bag is open or not. Because you know when TSA pops a bag open, they can barely be fucked to close it. They sure as shit don't put your stuff back in your bag in any way, shape, or form that's kind of like how they took it out, because they're in a rush. No, they just haul everything out and then shove it in like dirty fucking laundry in a pile, and then if they can't close the bag because they stuffed it wrong, they just tape it closed, mostly, and then you get to find it at your destination whenever it comes on the cart. So then I've got to panic hoping that my bags are closed and that they kind of somewhat put everything back, because I'm gonna have foam in there that's to a very particular shape, and if it loses its shape, I'll probably be able to get like the hair dryer in the hotel room to heat the foam enough, because the fairy lights all have thin wires, so between that and the thin wires I should be able to bend it relatively back into shape, because I don't want to bring my full heat gun with me because it's a chonker. I'm just being like panic fear that everything made it okay, and the anxiety will not be able to die until I'm in the hotel room. I can pop my bag open, plug everything in that needs to be plugged in, and make sure that it's in one piece and functional. So it's kind of like, oh, are you excited? Or I'll be there the day of, like in my travel day. Like, are you excited to go? And I'll be like, no, I am 100% panic and fear right now. And until I get to that hotel room and I can touch things, I'm going to remain wound as fuck. So that'll be my day. And I'm so excited for it. As I start wringing my hands, which you know is always a sign of complete calm and relax and rest. 2, 3 zippers unfastened, 4 clasps, rezip only the big zipper. I also hope things go okay for me, Ray. If I can vaguely finish everything in time, that'll be one thing, because it's not a convention without a con crunch. And finishing things somewhat on time. And getting everything there in one piece. Those are my 2 huge pressures right now. Is there anything in there that's going to make an alarming shape when put through an x-ray? I don't think an alarming shape, but it's going to be the fact that I have a lot of things with electronics and wires that are going to happen. And not a lot of things like it's littered throughout my costume, but that the wig itself is gonna have a lot of weird wiring in it that's gonna look homemade. And that can sometimes set off some alarms, but then I'm gonna have a lot of weird equipment in there to, if anything needs repairing, either during the weekend or after trip, it's going to be in there as well. So all of my wired everything is going to be in there. All of my fix-it equipment, all of whatever I can shove in there. So there's going to be some things that hopefully they'll look at and just brush over and will let go, which usually happens, but I've never taken an electric, I don't know, an electric compliant costume to a convention before. Taped a knife to his laptop. Jesus fucking Christ. Inside, God, fuck people. Goes on so fucking pink. I hate that it goes on so pink, but it's very good for my lips, and they've been cracked horrendously. I have like a repeated split on this side of my lower lip. Because I'm dehydrated and stressed. Ooh. I've been drinking things. I've been having a glass of something a day. Costume mechanic sandwiches, but hope y'all well. Hello! Or is it pink? Oh no, Alexa, it's Ah! I put the I in there too. I'm a failure. There we go. Casper, you're the one who wanted Hazel? Right. Try to remember. Trying to be... Yeah! Nailed it! Remembering things like GCPD. Ah, yes. Pinnick at the disco. Let's see. Perfect. Memory works sometimes. Woo! Hell yeah. It's impressive you remember that. It's impressive that I remember how to breathe, Hazel, to be honest. It's very much just like a little back portion of my brain that's like, you remember one piece of information. It may or may not be right, but you are certainly remembering this piece of information. And I do my damnedest, especially with people, to attempt to remember who's what and names of things and all. So it's, especially when you popped in to be like, hi! Reason I didn't say the username was because my brain was so busy going, is that Hazel? I think that's Hazel. I need to ask. This person was Hazel, right? My brain being just going through the file folders being like, where is it? We need to confirm. If I can feel that, thank you, Ray. I appreciate that you can feel that. It's so fucking pink. I hate this lip balm, but it's so good for me. I can also ask the lore keepers. That is 100% true. I do like to try to remember, of course, because if I just keep asking, I'll never be reliant on myself to remember it, even through repetition. But if I keep telling myself that it's important and am trying to remember it, then I can bring it forward to either the person or the lore keepers and be like, is this the thing I'm trying to remember? And then I absorb being corrected more than I absorb being told. So, it's probably some mental disorder, trauma, something. SpongeBob memes. Everyone running around the office trying to find the thing. Soon the brain office is just on fire. Everyone's screaming. Slip through the floor and get lost in the void. I'm being confused with the lost void. I get it. There's a lot of information that I just forget. And it's like, what did you do at the start of the day? And I'm like, there was a start to the day. I existed earlier than now. What happened? What did I do? What's going on? Who am I? It's like, what did you have for breakfast that morning? Morning exists? When did that happen? And just not remembering parts of the day that were so many hours ago that you should remember. You lived through it that morning. And I go, I'll be honest with you, dude, I have no idea. And then it's like, do you remember this vague note of something that applied like 2 years ago that no one has talked about since? And I go, oh yeah, this information. It's like, thanks. Thanks, brain. Thank you. That's cool. Super cool of you. Fuck. Is this correct? It could be correct. I don't know if it's correct, though, because I can't remember exactly. The brain panic, right? The skulls only exist when the stream starts. It's true! In a weird, funky way, that Skulls is the persona that I put on whenever I'm on stream. And by persona, I mean, it's just me, but to, like, a little increased degree, because, I mean, what is a streamer or a content creator if you were just, like, neutral, flat you? You're there to do a thing. You should probably, like, amp it up just a tiny bit if you got the energy for it. Of course, don't go 100% all the time, because that's how you get burned out, and it's not very good for your brain. But doing that, like, teeny tiny little amp up, although on Skullurday I have no problem amping it up at all, because I just get excited because I get to share my things, and I'm like, oh, I get to share my things and I can talk about them as long as I fucking want. This is great. So all my energy bubbles out on Skullurday, if I have it to begin with. Or sometimes I just find it even if I didn't have it going into Skullurday. And I'm just, whee! But if anyone knows off the top of their head, we, done in the same, like, pitch and tone as the Team 4-star Vegeta, whenever he's just, like, floating in. Wee! It's just, that makes me very happy. Immediately made me latch on to Steve was all the talk about memory problems, because God, I feel it so much. Oh my God, Steve. That poor boy has gotten a multitude of concussions. For sure. And absolutely, that's gotta fuck with his memory. Like, the poor boy. Take my medicine, and 5 minutes later go, did I take this? And so I use timer caps. Oh, fuck yeah. I have to ask people, did you see me take this? This is what I really like about, the birth control that I have, is that there is, and it's real hard to read, but this little white strip on top is the days of the week that you can slap on it. And I'm a day behind because I forgot it one morning, so I didn't think about it. And it's also one reason why I set it right next to my keyboard, because I touch my computer usually at least once a day. Sometimes I'll go all day, I won't go near it. But I'm never usually away from my computer for more than 2 days, if I'm just hanging around at home. So, at some point in the day, I see it and I go, did I do that? And I can pop it open and see if I did or not. Cynical wee rather than joyous wee. Wee! Just makes me so fucking happy. Reviving skulls with images of real iron slides. Fucking my life juice. Let's go. Oui. Not oui, oui, bonjour. Ah, je m'appelle. Fucking qu'est-ce que c'est? Comment ça va? The call your medicine has days on it. This was smart of them. Yeah! I don't know if I still have the whole thing. Oh, yeah, there it is. So it comes with this chart, and it's gonna be bright. Fucking, I don't know how to make it read this. It's just gonna be white. Yay! Just like me. Um, but every little strip is a different day of the week for you to start on. So it's not even that it's telling you you need to start on Fridays or something. It's here's whatever day of the week you want to start on, slap it on top of your tablet, and then you know. And I'm like, hell yeah. It got quiet for a minute. Just what are we talking about? Oh, get that so hard, poor Ray. You're in one of those states. Started anxiety meds a couple months ago because I never had a regular prescription, but taking it when I brush my teeth in the morning helps me not forget. Fuck yeah. Always, like, align your medication with a task that you know you either do every day or most every day. Or you put it in a place where you know you're going to come across it at some point in the day if it's not particularly, like, time sensitive. And there's also, like, putting alarms on your phone for it to go off at a certain time, or if you're known to dismiss your alarm, put 2 or 3 on there, and they're all just reminders. There's a lot of little things you can do for yourself, because I rely so much on placement and visual reminders, which is why, like, putting shit on my phone won't do too much, because I will see the reminder and just flick it away. Which is why when someone sends me, like, a message on Discord or whatever, I try to leave the notification up, so that I always know to go back to it. But a lot of the time, I like keeping my phone, like, as clean as possible. So, like, I bet the camera won't pick this up either. Oh, it's something about Skullurday. Hell yeah. It's on here. Really nothing. What will it... Oh, it'll pick that up. Nice! So here's my steady background on my phone. This is my main screen. And as you can see by these dots, I only have 3 screens on my phone, and I know some people do, like, they just go through and it's all the apps ever, and I think that gives me terrible anxiety. But, like, I also love that I put the time right underneath the clock that's also up in the corner, but that's mostly because I like it big so I can see it. But, like, all I have on here is my calendar, and those apps are what I use the most often. I've got my messages, settings, Discord, internet, YouTube music, YouTube playlist, calculator, clock, camera, gallery. And that is mainly all that's on my phone. Good night, chair! And then there are the extra apps down here, and everything is organized to be as small looking as possible. And also, Pokemon Go, because I still play that. Mom got me into it after a while. I started whenever it started, and then I didn't play for like 2-3 years, and then Mom got super into it, and was like, yeah, I'll play again. So now I pick that up every once in a while. What's the art in your background? That is... I can kind of put it up a little more. It won't focus, because I have to do that manually, because it's focused on my face. Ooh. Woo! But that is Steve from Stranger Things laying on his back on a roof with Eddie sitting there with Steve's head in his lap. And Steve is lighting Eddie's cigarette, and they are just chilling on the nice
He's hot!
sunset background. It's real cute. I know I have it saved somewhere. I don't know where, but someone's like, "Oh, people like my art," and they asked about it, so here it is for phone backgrounds, and I went, "Fucking yes!" I was very excited about it. I wonder if I've got it saved anywhere. Probably not. No. Damn. Most everything in here is just like reference for Eddie cosplay. Don't know where it is. I do that, Rebel. Every once in a while. Don't like having stuff on my screen. Fuck yeah! Extra apps on the second, and I leave the first screen empty. Yes! Empty home screens, just for you. Lock screen is my Discord pic of Jason the Dynamouth, and my phone background is Danny Phantom. Fuck yeah! I was like, there's also, like, my lock screen is Freckles at that cool, swampy-ass river whenever she was on one of her trips. Still, I think Freckles has been my lock screen now for like 3 years. And just every now and then, Freckles will post a certain picture and I go, "That's really pretty." And then I set it as my lock screen. And it'll pretty much be that for about a year. It'll be like just short or just over. And then she'll post another pic where I'm like, "Oh, I really like that one." And then it becomes my lock screen. And I just don't change it. The only thing I ever change is my background. And even then, I'll change my phone background every, like, 6 to 7 months. I am not a frequent phone changer, although I really like the thing that I found on my phone, which I'm sure a bunch of people have, where, you can pick an option so that all of your things will kind of match, and I don't know if it'll pick up the color. Not really. You guys can't see it, but I'll tell you that all of the things that are highlighted and, oh, I went the right way. Things like the internet and the settings and, like, the calculator and clock are all this really, really pretty color purple that matches the color of the sky at the top of this picture. And that's something that just made me very happy to find. I'm like, oh, it's so, like, cute and aesthetic, but I don't have to do any work or, like, change pictures or anything or download an app to call all the things. Hell yeah. The theme color setting. Yeah, didn't find it until, like, 3 months ago, because I also only do, like, very certain settings on my phone, and then just shut off the notifications for everything, and go, good enough. I only ever, like, make my phone functional. I don't often customize it at all. That's what I call friendship. Yeah. Empty so I can see my background. Yes! Sometimes you just want to stare at the good background picture. Finding a perfect one can be hard. I'm very picky about what it should look like. Be picky, Ray. That's your phone. It should have the pretty art that you want on it. Some generic iPhone purple background for 10 years. It's been removed by Apple, so if I ever changed it, I wouldn't get it back. Oh, no! I'm all jazzed now, talking about, like, phone backgrounds and shit. Yeah, usually, like, and I say usually, but like basically since meeting Freckles, Freckles has been my lock screen. And then my background is always some shippy thing that I just find an art for and I go, ah! And then I get really excited. Anyone still use ringtones? Very rarely. There was that little like, in your pussy? Was it in your pussy? Gotta get that right. That I put on my phone and then I turned off Twitter notifications so I never got it again. But, oh, and this is my new phone. I definitely had it on the phone previous to this one. But other than that, I'll just scroll through, like, the default ones that they give you, and I'll just pick one of the fancy ones that I like the sound of and go, yeah, that's neato. Usually it's a little jingle of some kind. Wobble wobble. Very wobbly right now. I feel like I have energy, even though I was so tired whenever I came out of working. But now I'm like, hell yeah. Hardly ever change my computer background also. Yup. A lot of like my computer backgrounds, much like my phone backgrounds, might change every like 7 months to a year and a half. And even then, I just slowly rotate through the same like pictures. I'll do like now that I have the two monitors, or ever since I've gotten the two monitors, I've done matching backgrounds. Um, in that it's just like my background has been either Oswald or Ed for like 5, 6 years. Um, and I got the two monitors, and then I put Ed on one and Oswald on the other once I figured out how to do that. And then I got real nitpicky with it, and I'm like, no, now I need them from like the same scene to be matching, and finding like 4K pictures online of them from the same scene to be matching, fucking wild. Oh my god, the Doom song! I also used to have the Doom song on one of my phones. I had the Doom song, and I had Why is there bacon in the soup? I made it myself. So there was that. I had that one. I also had processing. 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 Put so much work in getting your background perfect. Well, especially since like, and you know, Ray, especially since I don't change it very often, I want things to be just so. So whenever I see them, I get happy, and I'm like, I'm keeping these. They're a matching set. Do not separate. And it's just something my brain needs and gives me so much satisfaction to have. I'm laughing. I have had. Do I still have them somewhere? Brain. Brain is high functioning right now as I try to remember where things are in my life. Second. 1 second. Cat needs to give me just 1 minute, and I'll be right back. Because now my brain needs to see if I know where something is. And I might not know where they are anymore. And that'll make me sad in the way that I'm going to have to find them then. But give me like 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and I'm going to see.
FBI, open up!
Update, I did not find the thing that I wanted. This is gonna bug me now. Fuck! This is gonna haunt me. I'm gonna have to, like, go digging. Fuck. Just put my earrings back in. Ah, dandy! Fuck yeah! Actually, that's a really good idea. I need to do that with my own head. This is entertaining. Is it? I'm glad it is entertaining. Makes me feel not as bad about doing it if it is. Minute 39. Fuck yeah. I thought I'd give myself a little extra time just in case. No, when I tell you that right now I am racking my brain. For the last place I saw my DVDs, because somewhere in this house I have my Invader Zim, like, complete collection of the DVDs, including the Christmas special. And I have to... Now it's in my head and I have to find them somewhere, and I don't know where they are, but I'm gonna fucking find them at some point. Which is not the thing that I need to spend time on, but they're somewhere, and I need to track them down now. You're a very animated person while searching. I'm a very animated person while blank. Just, you can fill it in. I never got them. I got them for a birthday, I'm reasonably sure. I got them for a birthday, like, years ago. Somewhere in, like, the 13 to 15 range. Somewhere in there. Gotta get a GoPro, take us on a journey. Y'all will get fucking motion sick. That squirrel is doing like this. Dad! Not now, son. I'm making toast. When I tell everyone, I was thinking about Invader Zim again the other day, and I was especially thinking of Invader Zim and the shipping that happened in it. And that Invader Zim is one of the very few media I consumed where my main ship was not MLM. Which was, like, kind of surprising, even to me. Looking back on it, at the time it made total sense. Because it's still my usual ship dynamic. Um, but yeah, it was just one of the few times where I didn't put dudes together, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, that's just a fun fact for me and myself looking back on these things. Has no impact on anything, but it's just fun for me. But Rebel, hilariously, if I could do a Skullurday where I just like had one of those steadying selfie sticks or contraptions, and I could just put a GoPro on me and just wander around and try to find shit, things would get interesting. Especially, I went downstairs and I was searching through one of the cabinets because a lot of the things are in there. Um, and Dad started speaking to me. Like, I can't hear you, I'm moving Pepsi. Because I was shifting Pop on the floor to try to open stuff up. And whenever I was done looking, when I couldn't find the thing I was looking for, I closed it, put everything back, peeked around the corner, was like, do I want what now? And he's like, I got a binder and some dootangs if you want them. And I'm like, even if I can't use them, I'll take them. Because I'm bad for doing that. So yeah, coming back up here and being like, I don't need this, and just tossing it is very me. It's one of my little animations that makes me so much fun. But it's like, if you ever ask me to choose between things, one of the girls at work, Emma, was asking us what kind of pink that she should paint her room, and she brought like a whole bunch of like little swatches and color palette things, and like set them all down on the counter at work. And much like a cat with a loose object on a counter, I looked at them and just started slapping them off the counter onto the floor if I didn't like them, until I got to like the few to choose between, and kind of like held them around and moved them. And I had them in my hands so I could see them in different lightings and shadows and kind of move them around. And every time I decided I didn't like one that was in the final three, I just threw it. But that is something that happens, is like, my brain is going, don't need, don't want, don't like, get rid of it. And you just fucking toss it. It's a fun life. It makes noise though, and people don't often expect it, but it's just a little fun thing for me. Multi-level marketing, shipping. Dandy, every time someone posts MLM and you have to sit there and read the rest of the post to be like, is this a pyramid scheme or is this talking about dudes kissing? Gotta find out. Man Crush Monday instead of mid-century modern. It's the cat confirmed. Yeah. And you can ask Autumn at any point. Autumn has been around my entire life. Oddly enough. Oddly enough, family be like that. And Autumn will 100% confirm to you that I am just a cat. And that's it. It's like, are you a dog person or a cat person? Not in the way that, do you as a person like dogs or cats within your company, but do you relate to a cat or a dog more? I am a cat almost 100%. The makers of Mary Kay Cosmetics comes two dudes kissing. The best pyramid scheme where just one dude kisses another dude and then that dude has to kiss two dudes and those two dudes have to kiss two dudes and it just spreads. That's the gay agenda. People think you're being silly and tee-hee quirky and trying to be lol and random interesting. You're just neurodivergent. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Scott's Autumn at the ripe age of birth. Truth. Only she's old enough to, she was old enough in that situation to remember a bunch of the things. Especially me trying to rip a piece out of her nose with my claws. It's like, loyal like a dog person, but I'm very like cat in a sunny window type. Well, also, if you think about the loyalty, depending on how you want to lean, because I mean, a lot of like I have a dog that likes to bask in the sun, and quite a few dogs also. So if you wanted to lean more dog, dogs also just like to enjoy the warm and lay around and be a log, but also there's nothing quite like cat loyalty. If you have a good cat, because I mean there's so many asshole cats, but like in our house we had two rather friendly old men kind of cats. And they had loyalty to like specific members of the family where they would just gravitate to them more. So our black cat, Silly, tended to lean towards dad all the time. Would always want to sit with him, be around him, get scratches from him, that sort of thing. Our little gray, I say little, he was a chunky boy. Our little like partial Persian gray cat Rascal had a leaning towards me. So there's like a special kind of cat loyalty that if they bond to you, there is no separating them from you. So if you want to be a cat, still applicable. If you want to be a dog, still applicable. If you want to be both, fuck it. Be a cat dog. Have fun. Don't matter. Everything is valid and there's no pressure. Why label your animal self? Do whatever the fuck you want. Chick was a real bitch to me because she thought I was acting all perky and energetic in the morning to be obnoxious and annoying until a mutual friend was like, no, blank is just like that. And then she calmed the fuck down. Crazy bitches being crazy is... Like, some people just need to fucking breathe and accept that we're not all the fucking same. Like, you don't need to be a cunt to me just because I'm the weirdo who hasn't been, like, diagnosed with things yet. Just calm the fuck down. Putting on an act or something, why the fuck would someone do that? In, like, a long-term game petty sense, I could understand. If you had some personal vendetta against that girl and wanted to go absolutely ham on pettiness and that was the thing to, like, throw her off, totally get it. Fun, fine, great. But, like, to just do that for no reason other than to do it? No. It doesn't make sense. It's weird. Why would? Hints did people in high school? Oh no, you're that person! Oh my god. Not that I can super judge. Like, at all. I was never a hisser. But I did almost constantly threaten physical violence on people. Especially the guys. That it got included in, like, a valedictorian speech. And I was like, oh my god. That happened at graduation. I got to go, so that's my legacy here. I mean, sure. Not the worst thing that could have happened. The guy in the fucking valedictorian speech. So we had two valedictorians, they shared. The guy who was doing it was like, please don't rip out my organs. And I was like, oh, so that's what I've been doing. Ah, fun. I should have been bullied. Oh, you had two valedictorians. Hell yeah. I've stared at my eyes and looked at pictures. Central heterochromia buddy! Dark blue gray string on the very outside, and it's green and light brown right around the pupil. Depending on the light, what color I'm wearing, a few flecks of brown. Oh, fuck yeah, Ray! You and your special eyes! Your brand! Fuck yeah! Now we know! Confirmed special. guy in my salutatorian speech messed up and said our sexual cheerleading team instead of sectional. I'll never forget it. I bet no one else did either. Wasn't outright bullied, would have been not great, yeah. Anything negative. Aw, Dandy. I confirmed special. I was never directly bullied, I don't think. Mostly I was the bully in a number of situations, but as like chat knows and stories I've told before, like someone's got to start something before I become a bully, but I just have so much rage and vindictive energy that it's like once you start something, not only will I finish it, but I will make sure that it haunts you for a good while. And I will keep bringing it back. Because also, as chat knows, I like to overreact. If someone punches you, why just punch them back? Punch them in the throat. Knock out behind their knees. Put them on the ground. And then just double foot stomp them in the ribs with all of your weight. And it's like, that's a heavy reaction for what happened. And it's like, yes, but now this person has learned a lesson. That I will not just punch back. I will punch back, but then also increase it like tenfold to prove a point. And I love proving a point. It's like the fucking Halo thing where someone gently shot me and I turned around with a super special laser cannon and destroyed Freckles. It's like, no. Everyone must know. If I don't enjoy what happened, we have to overreact to just an insane degree so that people know to never fucking do that thing ever again. I would be a great dictator. I think. But maybe that's just the ego. He's doing fine. He's hot, gay, and working for NASA. Fuck. Sexual cheerleading, man. Fucking blew up. Good for him. Damn. I was bullied. Oh, Marty. People would tell the teehee funny joke questions to me so much because I wouldn't know where things are going, then laugh. Now when people ask a question that sounds like all those jokes I refuse to answer, good! Refuse to answer them, Dandy. Fuck those people. Fuck those people and fuck the people that abuse you to react in such a way to those things. The teehee funny joke questions. Like an updog kind of thing. Like those sort of joke questions. I was asked for whacking him in the thigh when he accidentally punched me in the nose. Rebel, I think you acted very accordingly. That's what you should have done. People in high school were afraid of me because then I would have been bullied otherwise, but was just intimidating and very angry and would yell if annoyed versus someone mess with my friends. I didn't fuck around. Resting mean face and a good glare. Fuck yeah! Yeah, that shit. Okay, I get you, Dandy. I'm that way for... I don't typically answer those types of questions. Or when someone asks, like, fucking, someone came in with, like, a Sea of Thieves thing. And they're like, have you played Sea of Thieves? And I was like, you know what? I haven't done so on stream. But I think Sea of Thieves could be a fun thing. And they're like, see if these nuts will drag on your face. And it's like, cool. But the way that I answered your question makes your punchline not make any fucking sense. So congratulations, you're a dumbass. And either I just will not respond to the question, I'll give some inane, like, it's just like a 90-degree turn away from the question and do something else. Or I'll answer in such a very particular, specific way that even if they have a gotcha punchline afterwards, that it no longer applies or makes sense. Because you're not responding in the typical way people would want you to. And it's like, yeah, try to fucking updog me, man. Let's go. A friend asked me if I had a cat or a dog. I was someone who had both cats and dogs at home. I said both, and they laughed, and my face was so confused with the refusal to answer questions like that started. I don't understand the question. I also have no idea what's going on, Dandy. Dandy, this is not the way we meant for you to find out. Oh no. Teased by younger class kids, but it didn't bother me because they did so in a group one-on-one passing in a hall. They were shaking. It was odd. Whores are always fucking so much braver with their friends around, but if they're one-on-one, they are little bitches. I don't understand. Oh no. It's some fucking inside joke with them, like joining the Pen 15 club. And everyone's like, ah! And it's like, yep, sure, whatever. They understood it, but fuck those guys. Fuck those assholes. Dumbass kids. Fuck them. Let's just get angry at children. Type jokes me in front of his friends and laughing, so I dumped his ass. Fucking good for you, Rebel. Fuck that guy. You know, also, fuck that guy. Fuck him. Dumbass man. Dickhead. I've had people wanting to start shit with me, but like Ray describing their experience, I was very similar in that I had a good resting bitch face, I had a good scowl, I had a great natural glare, and typically I kept to myself and kept quiet. So not a lot of stuff happened for any length of time that I remember. There'd be the people who, like, did dumbass jokes on my name, but even that didn't last beyond, like, very younger grades. Crack Snapple. His new wife looks very similar to me. Ooh, that's a fucking red flag. But also, like, I had very bullyable friends in school. Nice crack. Oh, also that statement. But that came across, did it? Oh, I need to see a chiropractor. Fuck. Work me out, man. Yeah, I had very bullyable friends. And, like, my best friend had her, speech stuttering. And a lot of people would make fun of her for that. And I was like, no, I'm not fucking having it. And I was the aggressive protector friend who's like, if you're gonna bully her, I swear to God, I will fucking fist fight you in the parking lot. And you're brave with your couple of friends wanting to throw around some words. I will physically fucking fight you. I will, call you a name. And I love swearing because my mother is a bit of a sailor in the verbal sense. So I picked up a lot of swear words since I was young. Plus having an older sister, especially like the 7 years between us, meant that I got all the good shit from high school early. And it was like, no. You're going to have to fucking fight me if you're going to say these things, because I am an aggressive child and I have so much energy and many undiagnosed things that I won't know about until I'm an adult. So honestly, fucking bring it on. All of you are tiny little girl children, because of course the girls all ganged up on each other more often than not. So all of these like little girl children with all of their painted nails and their pretty little pink sweaters, all of these bitches never wanted to throw down. So guess what? Me, not knowing, I'm a non-binary disaster waiting to happen. I'm like, no. I'm masking up right now. Let's fucking go. I will kick your ass. Keep saying shit. Say shit, get hit. And that's one reason why not a ton of bullying happened. Because I was the bully. A reactive, an anti-hero kind of bully. An anti-bully. But also, like, I made friends with a lot of the guys early on. And especially if, like, especially with a lot of the guys, like, the guys didn't really bully anyone all that much. The guys are pretty chill overall. It was the girls who were real fucking skanks about everything. Not even, like, skank in a good way, but just absolute skanks about terrible things. And yeah, they did a lot of the bullying and the whole thing, like, if one person in their group didn't do the thing that they were all doing, that person got, like, ousted. And they got left out of the things. And there was one girl who got bullied out of the popular girl group. And I remember, that's the girl I said who had, like, the two thin eyebrows that I was hanging out with. I think it was, like, grade 7? She got ousted from the popular group, and I think one of the teachers came up to, like, me and my best friend at the time, like, if you could just kind of hang out with her, she's having a bad time. And I'm just like, new friend, let's go! Made friends with her, hung out a whole bunch, went to her house a number of times. Real nice lass. Never tried to call people out because I wasn't still am afraid of confrontations. I just found a group that made me feel the most comfortable and stuck with them. Aww. Very valid though, Dandy. I'm afraid of personal confrontation, but if it's against someone else, I will fight to the fucking death. I will start shit like nobody's business. But if it's me, I'm like, yeah, okay. Cool. Bye. No pearl clutching for Mama Skulls, no. Like, I told chat the time where I got, like, kicked out of school for the day for defending myself overall. And Mom's like, yeah, no, cool. Great. Let's go. We're gonna have a great day. Fuck it. Like, Mom's all about, like, if it's in self-defense, take people out. But, I mean, Mom and Dad have always both taught and made it, like, a proponent for me and in growing up to be basically prepared for anything. And that includes be prepared for men. I was taught very young, be prepared for men. Parent trauma dump leads that Skullurday is for. No need to apologize, Dandy. Honestly, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing and bringing it forward and feeling comfortable enough to tell us. Because we're all part of this too. When we hear it's like, oh, fuck yeah. We'll fight for you, Dandy. Fuck that person. Terrible people. Because there have been rather negative man experiences in the family. So whenever I was growing up, it was very much made apparent to me that men can do horrible things at any time, and you might not do anything at all, and they will do a terrible thing. And to be aware of the intentions of men. So imagine getting those lessons from, like, teeny tiny person, not usually something you get exposed to until later. You get the, like, don't talk to people like that, you get the stay away from people like that, but I got, like, a breakdown of you need to be able to defend yourself, and you need to be able to, like, recognize what's happening and when. As there was a lot of stuff where, and I mean, I learned from my parents, and especially my mom's energy and tutelage and taking stuff from her, is like, you don't just attack someone who's coming after you to, like, stun them. You attack them in self-defense, obviously, but you attack them in self-defense to, like, cripple something of theirs. You make it so that they can't come after you. If you have the opportunity to, take it. One of those things, if you can, like, destroy a knee so someone can't run after you, do it. If you can break someone's ribs so it's harder for them to breathe and do anything, really, honestly, ribs are great. Ribs can be fragile, especially the lower ones. There's almost nothing you can do about ribs, and they can either stab you in the lung or jiggle around, and really anything you do with your torso is gonna fucking suck because you have, like, a broken or a fractured rib. So if you can go after a rib, go after a rib, because it's going to put a damper on someone, and because it's in the torso, it's usually a pretty reachable region to go after. And more things that my mother taught me is always go after the eyes. Can you imagine being taught things of such? And, warned Twitch about this whole dissertation. It's just talking. It's just talking. So, mom's always been a whole thing of, like, this is educational. This is what we'll say. This is an educational talk. It's self-defense, it's educational, and it's all hypothetical. It's fine. Twitch, fuck off. That armored armadillo, thank you for the follow. We're talking about attacking men trying to approach on your personal space territoire. And over 3-hour intro. Woo! I'm apparently in a chatty mood. Remember, use pocket sand. Honestly, though, that is a true thing, and that's another part of the Mama Skull's armory, suggestions, advice, whatever. If you can use it as a weapon, use it as a weapon, and that includes sand, dirt, anything you can grab and throw in somebody's face. It's a distraction. A distraction gives you an opening, and this is all, of course, with someone who is unarmed, because armed attacking is just like, no, get that distraction shot in and fucking run. Don't cripple them, don't take that chance with yourself, don't do it. This is unarmed to unarmed, because you have something of a shot with that. But I was always taught that if you can get your thumbs, especially, up to somebody's face, just jam them right into the corners of the eyes. And the whole, like, going for somebody's nose, always try to get them with, like, the crown of your forehead, because it's one of the stronger parts. That's why all the soccer players, or football players, depending on your area, whenever you bounce the ball off your head, you're hitting it off of the crown, because you got a good frontal part there to do it with. And you always aim for underneath the nose, because there's a lot of shit you can disturb underneath the nose, instead of going for, like, the bridge, because the bridge, you got a fairly decent bone there that, unless you have a weapon, if you've got a weapon, you could go for more of the bridge and try to fuck them up in the nasal region there. But if you've just got, like, a fist, your head, something like that, strike them up underneath the nose and it'll fuck them up real bad. Fuck them up so bad, break the nose and jam those bones up towards their orbital areas, and that'll fuck them up real good. Fucking a broken orbital bone? That puts a damper on a person. Anyway. Saturday Sillies with Skulls this week, violence. Just a whole lot of things like that that came up throughout my childhood. So, when that guy was like, no, 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 you don't get to leave this corner and I'm trapping you, and you will stay here until you give me a kiss, and I dropped him to the fucking floor. My mom's like, yeah, no, fair game. Fuck that guy. And I went, thank you. And the school's like, you're in trouble. And Mom went, you're not in trouble. And then took me home. And then Dad got told. And Dad's like, you're not in trouble. And I went, wee! So it's just fun. Self-defense is good. School never knows shit. Fuck schools. Goddamn. You can't wear a tank top, it'll distract the boys. Well, then give them fucking horse blinders, then. Jesus Christ. You did right, thank you. Also, Armored Armadillo, 99. Would you like to be called Armor? Armadillo? Arma? Distillo? 99? The Great? Let me, allow stupid shit boy. Armored. Can do. Always have a right to defend yourself. You always have the right to defend yourself. And if someone tells you it's wrong to defend yourself, especially in a situation where either you are in danger or you are being, like, forcibly coerced into something that you don't want to do, you have the right to defend yourself. If it is in some way harm to you, physically, mentally, emotionally, take somebody out. And that sounds real aggressive, so if you're an American watching this, I don't mean that in a gun way, because America likes to do that. No. You take someone out in that you cripple them physically in a way that eventually they can come back from. But by the time they come back from it, you're long gone. That kind of take them out. Debilitating way, yes. A good fucking kick to the nut will bring a lot of scrotal possessors down. And if they get a little testicular torsion, or if you blow their fucking testicle out, and they have to get, like, surgery or something, and then they're the one nut man, that's their fault. They shouldn't have started shit. Almost punched a kid in middle school because they kept pulling my hair and threatening to cut it off because it was annoying them. The teacher wouldn't do shit. My mom went, you should have punched them. Mother Ray knows what's up. Consequences of their actions. Exactly. If they want to stick their hand near the bear trap, they're not allowed to bitch and cry whenever it snaps on their fingers. No. You started this. You made it a thing. You put me in some sort of uncomfortable position or harm or something. I'm going to destroy something of yours so that you, again, overreacting can sometimes be an incredible lesson. It's like, no, if you try to do something, the whole fuck around and find out scientific method. The more you fuck around, the more you find out. Only mine's like an ever-increasing graph. But the fuck around stays real tiny, and the find out just keeps shooting up. A 3-hour intro, isn't this fun? Will we ever get to a game? Who knows? Sometimes I just like talking. A little video podcast, which entirely kind of defeats the purpose. At that point, it's just a talk show. Beating him with a notebook when he read mine. Fuck yeah. Ugh. When I tells you, I love, like, a poetic justice kind of thing. Something where whatever they're doing has a themed punishment. So someone's spying on your writing and you beat them with the notebook. I think that's incredible. I love that. Again, that's poetic. That's beautiful. And that is the shit that belongs in stories. It makes me so, so very pleased. I have a great voice for it. Thank you, Marty. Depends on the day for the voice. But then again, I hear myself incredibly differently, and I know that is, like, a thing for everyone. You don't hear yourself as you are actually being, I don't know, perceived by other people's ears, anyway. You don't sound as you are being heard. And the fact that you are hearing you more inside of your own head, plus then your brain is kind of tweaking it a little bit, versus like hearing it on the phone and hearing it on a messaging machine and just people hearing it by ear. And that's why it's funny, like, one of the first times I met Lane in person after he knew my voice, like being in Baltimore and everything, that like, Lane, when you meet him in person, sounds exactly the same as you hear him on stream. Richie, when you meet him in person, he sounds exactly the same as he sounds on stream. Like, they have both said, because we've talked about this before, as they've both said, I sound different entirely from what they hear in the microphone versus meeting me in public. Apparently, I sound quite different. Skullurdays are going from Riddle who can't tie his shoes to talking about trauma and all the interconnected conversation no one outside of stream could possibly follow. Yeah. And that's what makes Skullurday special. As I definitely don't hear myself. A big thing with my tinnitus is probably one reason why I talk so much, especially to myself. If there's other noise around, I'll typically be a lot quieter, but if it is quiet in general, I'll just start talking to myself, I'll start making noise, I'll put music on, whatever. Anything to help drown it out, because I know we've mentioned a lot, we've talked a lot. We've been here for 2 years. We've talked on many a topic. That I've got 2 whistles in different tones for sure in one ear, and I've got 1 if not 2 in the other, and they're all distinct and I can tell them apart. But there's especially like a strong one in my right ear, that is the loud, like, dog whistle, high-pitched, just, and it's constant. They're all constant, except for the one in this ear that's kind of there and kind of not, but I can't tell because this one's so loud. Especially going to sleep at night. Thank God I'm exhausted all the time and I conk out almost immediately once I finally close my eyes and get ready for bed after my, like, hour and a half, 2-hour talk to myself. That's either about something that's happened during the day, me recalling a memory and then starting a conversation with someone who's not there, or something I do very often is start a conversation with a person who's not there as if I'm telling them a story. Very fun thing, and I'm sure it's part of the neurodivergent package. And acting out, like, self-role-playing scenarios from the characters that I love. So there's been a lot of, like, Oz and Ed lately. in those. And then after that 2 hours, when I decide I'm finally tired, I close my eyes and then I'm out in like 5 minutes. So I don't typically have to deal with it too terribly often when I have like these headphones on, um, because they have the leather all around the outside and they're supposed to be like a noise canceling headphone. Um, it makes me hear the tinnitus so much more clearly. If I put the white noise on, it shrinks a little bit, but it's still not gone. Interviews on fake talk shows to fall asleep all the time. Fuck yeah, Rebel! Do you like interview any people in particular? Like, do you have pattern favorites that you like to go for with your interviews? High-pitched whine in my ears every so often, which consider my grandmother has tinnitus does worry me sometimes. Yeah. I Oh, you're the one being interviewed. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, do you have like any particular interviewer in mind? Like do you have a scenario? Do you just like start at the beginning of your life and you go like it's a little docu-series thing? I'm so intrigued. I love things like this. And I mean, I love things like this because, like I just said, I do similar things. So it's just fun hearing other people doing similar things and being like, oh fuck yeah, now I want to know everything about it. Um, but yeah, working in kitchens and everything was great, because it's constant noise. Ovens, clattering, chopping, especially when I worked at the university, the bake shop section was directly next to the dishwashing station. And of course they have one of those big like industrial machines. I don't know why I did this motion. There's only like it wasn't one of those like square ones in the corner. It was a big one and you just fed it in through a conveyor belt. But because I've been around so many more dishwashers that were the squares in the corner that you lift for each individual tray, that was my automatic reaction. So isn't that fun? But yeah, the dishwashing station was next to the bake shop, so there was like constant noise all the time. Humming from all the machines, everything's electric. Our big mixer, everything that's gone on anyway. And there was just constant noise. So I didn't notice it nearly as often. Um, but then I'll sit here for stream with like headphones on or something like that, and all I'll hear is the tinnitus, and it's like, well, that's kind of annoying. So I have music playing almost all the time, and I make a bunch of noise, and just whatever distracts from it, because once it's there, once it's there permanently, because it can fade in and out for people, it can be temporary and it can go away, but once it decides it's staying, it's there. And overall, you can't do much about it. I think there's supposed to be some potential hearing aids that can kind of emit basically a white noise type of sound, to be able to either reduce or cancel hearing the tinnitus. One of those, like, if you play a tone and, like, essentially match it, they'll cancel each other out, so then there's nothing. I think it's supposed to be, like, one of those deals, but I'd love to go see an ear person, an audiologist, and, be like, hey, so I've got, like, 3 to 4 tinnitus tones. What can we do? Had them since I was, like, early 20s. Rotating fix that I go through at night depending on my mood. Often stories I won't write because I'm either worried about how people will take it off, or it's just something I can't put into words. Well, all of your fics are safe here, Ray. And you've always got such a good handle of characters. I'm always game to hear about your ficlets, your fic ideas, your even like little story tidbits. I'm all about it. I fucking love them. life story, sometimes talking to celebrities about my thoughts about their work. Ah, yeah, I do that all the time. Fuck yeah. Fanfic ideas that I'll never actually write down as I'm going to sleep. Usually the werewolf AUs or whatever fandom I'm into in the moment. Yeah! Oh my god, werewolves before bed? That's so comforting! Fuck yeah! Fics that live in our heads before bed, gang. Gang, gang! I can't do that as well as Lane, so I just do a very soft, pathetic version. Makes it better for me. Fade kind of left ear likes to steam whistle. My right ear sounds like rubbing a microphone filter and getting the messy, bassy reverb. Ew. Mine are all whistle tones. The very, like, it's the same kind of, it's the noise equivalent of, if anyone of a certain age remembers when TVs would shut off after a time, like, there just wouldn't be anything else on TV, and it gave you that, like, colorboard screen at the end of the night, and it just went boop, and it would do that. The rainbow screen! The rainbow screen! And it gave you that one solid tone. That is the sound equivalent of my tinnitus, but now just jack that up to the shrillness of what people make like a dog whistle in cartoons. So it's supposed to be silent to us because it's a tone that dogs can hear. And every time they put it in medias or shows or cartoons or anything, it's an extremely high-pitched, shrill whistle. That's what's going on in mostly the right ear. Then there is a slightly lower whistle that happens at the same time. And then there is a very similar pitch to the high one in the left ear all the time. And then the one that goes on and off is a lot lower. It's fun. It's like a really shitty symphony happening, but anyone only knows how to play one note. Fix I'm mentally writing or long AUs, so I need to think of them out for years before I ever write them. Ooh! Oh, that's fun, Rebel. Crossover idea I had last week that I had to write down before I could go to sleep. Transcribe it on AO3 and post it. Get off my phone. Damn well, I'm not gonna actually write a fic for it. Still fair though, Dandy. Getting older and paying the price for blasting our music as youngins, aren't we? Yeah, we fucking are, Rebel. I was definitely that person that cranked the music way, way, way too loud on my headphones just to drown out everything else because the bus was not obviously, the bus was frequently overwhelming. Of course, screaming kids. I was like one of the last 3 people off the bus on like a 45-hour-long bus ride. So there were a few guys that lived on the same road as me. And they were always like screaming and carrying on, big laughter and dumb shit because they're guys in high school. So, not to compete with my dumb shit in high school, which is clearly so highbrow because I liked it. Throat's drying out. And yeah, just anything to drown out the noise. And that was a sign of my neurodivergence that I didn't notice at the time, is slumping down in the bus seat, putting your knees...
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
No! Can't make me! But I should. Slumping down into the seat real low and like knees up on the back of the seat in front, leaning against the window, making myself as small as possible, headphones on, drown out all the noise. But also, like, I've shot quite a few guns whenever I was younger. Several times I've done without ear protection, which Dad was with me at the time. He wasn't wearing any either. And we went, we should probably be wearing ear protection. And we went, yeah. And then shot the gun anyway. That probably helped quite a bit. But what can you do about it now? Didn't start until I burst my right eardrum in high school. It doesn't explain why I get the pitch tones in both ears. Does not explain. No. Was not OSHA safe. OSHA would have fucking come after me. Being like 11 or 12. Current fic idea I'm working on before bed is pregnant trans Steve and just steady getting ready for a baby, but also Steve dealing with people eventually learning to use trans, and I like it. Like the parent steady dynamic and just thinking of them getting ready to be dads, but also I've been burned posting similar stuff in different fandoms years ago, so I could never get myself to write it, but Eddie is very supportive boyfriend. Robin is also moving in to help. Aww, sad. I was gonna say sad, which is not, but I meant to say safe, but I don't know why I was going to say save. And I'm sure that's a word association game. Sad because, like, getting roasted for posting similar stuff before is where the sad came from. Safe because all little family moving in together and my brain just confused everything. Used to practice rifle targets consistently. Was like the one situation in particular where we should have been wearing ear protection was Dad found this like ancient fucking can of beer in the basement. It was like 20 something years old, whatever. And we took it out to the backyard. And we just wanted to see what would happen if we shot it. So Dad got out the .45 Magnum revolver. And I got to fire off a couple times the cannon. It's just like, both in the fact that large bullet, but also the fact that it's so pressurized over time that it just like, isn't that a huge handgun? Yes. And I've been shooting it since I was like 9 or 10. I love that gun. It's so stupid, so heavy, so big. Large kick for a child. But it's just fun for me at the time, especially being big gun. And I got to be tiny holding big gun and I was like, fuck yeah! Because I never liked shotguns. Even as much as I could put it into my shoulder, the kickback, just my arms or however I held it, whatever it was, would always like jump forward and then hit me rather than being able to cushion it so it just pushed back on you. I think as I was firing, I would just very gradually come forward with it and create a gap so that when it kicked back, it would hit me, and I never liked it. Always use shotgun in games, but in reality, I was always for rifles. Loved rifles. Rifles were so comfortable. I loved doing more precision shooting with them. And then there was Dad's, well, like Alexa said, hand cannon. And I fucking love that gun. It was so much fun. And every time I took a friend out to the range, it was like, no, you have to shoot the big gun once. Like, you need that experience. Even if you don't like it, you need to shoot the big gun once. And Dad, of course, would always be there with us because he had the gun license and everything because I was a child. And he would stand with them. And depending on the age, he would be there to, like, physically hold. And other times, whenever I was there with older friends, he'd just be standing right nearby and he'd do the whole, like, gun safety thing. And we'd always have talks at the beginning of, like, always down range, always check. If we ever go to reset targets, fully open the gun, make sure the chamber's empty, make sure if it has a magazine, it's out, sitting on the table. Make sure all of like your cartridges are ejected. If someone hands you a gun, even if you know it's empty, you always double check to make sure that it's empty. Guns are either, like I said, downrange, to the sky, to the ground. Absolutely never are they ever even partially aimed in someone's direction. A whole big talk. And it was always just a fun thing that I always found enjoyable. I love target shooting. And I miss it. I want to go do it again. Don't really like guns. That's fair, Dandy. It was one of those things that it got introduced to me really young. And it was something like my dad and my grandfather would do together, much like going out golfing on the weekends. I would always go with them. I loved golf, thought golf was incredible. I had my little glove because I would constantly give myself like blisters to the point of ripping open my hand whenever I golfed. And it's just it's that and like the shooting, and I got good at both. I had a hell of a drive when I was little, like 150 yards, and I was a child. It's big for me. Even now, I still have a good swing whenever it comes to the drive. It's just I don't have the aim anymore, but I have the form still. We went out every weekend. And my favorite part was the drive or like the iron, and loved golf. It was one of like my little comfort hobbies. Oh, yeah. Other people at ranges. No discipline, safety on. Ugh. Can't aim with golf to save my life. Ah! I'm looking to make contact in mini golf. Mini golf pisses me off. I don't like mini golf. Mini golf makes me mad. I'll go mini golfing, but I will not take it seriously. I will very quickly turn into a gremlin. Just out of the fact that I want to hit the ball. And as soon as the geometry doesn't work in one shot, mentally I'm done. It's like, I should have done this! I should have gotten that! But in golf, I'm like, wee! Hit ball, wee! Wee. Ball needs to be punished. Punish ball! Fuck this shit, I'm out. Those who remember that vine of the kid jumping off of the mini putt course and into like the fountain. I like this whole like Dandy comforting Ray on posting things. Ooh. What the fuck, Richard? I also find with like posting anything about Steady, you're less likely to get hassled about your Steady content, like what's happening in it with them. People will go after you because you're posting about Steady. And then outside of that, no one really cares. Or like it doesn't usually seem to get more targeted than this is Steady, I hate it, Steve would never. And it's like, yeah, that's why it's called fucking fan fiction. Don't be a dickhead. But especially I find there's a lot of pregnancy and trans content with Steady, and that's so cute. Representation, people see themselves. It's good. Especially like the
What the fuck, Richard?
also my favorite thing to say to Richie. But yeah, the one that I really like, the steady one with trans Eddie and Steve and their family and their daughter Bobby. I fucking love it. It's so sweet. It's so domestic. It's so soft. It's really cute. It's so good. I love their stuff. But there seems to be a lot of like trans positivity and pregnancy positivity with steady stuff. People are just like, that's steady, that's awful. And everyone's like, all right, what if I make just the most like grotesque bullshit ever just to piss you off? It's like, fuck yeah, fight them. Fight them however you need to take out this hater. People need to learn that people write their shit like they're not hurting anything. Yeah. It's a whole thing of like, I need to hate on this because it makes me feel better, I guess. I don't know what their fucking motivations are. Like I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna keep chatting. There we go. And it's like, why are you coming here to like pick fights? This does not affect you in any way. This doesn't adjust the canon in any way. This doesn't do anything. You sought this out and made the choice to pick a fight on this post. These people just want their little fiction boys to do a smooch. Why are you picking a fight over this? They would never. Bitch, duh, obviously. That's why it's not canon. That's what makes it fanfiction. That's what makes it a headcanon. You're just telling me literally the definition of the thing that I'm doing. Cool. Thank you. So glad we had this conversation. Go away now. There's no fucking need. Hate it if you want. Seek it out and hate it to yourself. Have a little self-rant and be like, they would never. Awful. Terrible content. So fake. Have all that shit to yourself. Obviously and honestly, you will live a much softer, smoother, nicer life if you just don't seek out things that upset you. Don't purposefully hunt shit down. Why are you doing this, A, to yourself, and then why are you doing this to another person? There is absolutely no need. You could just take a breather, put on filters, mute the word steady if that's what's bothering you, and you're still gonna catch some of it, but so much less. Like, just do 3 things. Tailor your timeline. Take a deep fucking breath. Just relax. Like, Jesus Christ. And if you want to hate something, hate it on your own time. Hate it to yourself. Find a DM to a friend that understands and hate it with them. Or hate it at them and let them encourage you to hate it. But there is in no way a reason for you to hate something actively to the person who's liking it. I mean, if it's Nazism, fuck yeah. Tell them they're a dumbass little shitlord and then don't do that, because they will come the fuck after you and you don't need to put your life in danger like that. But certainly, politely, outwardly, oppose the bad thing that does harm. But like, the little harmless things, like the steady, they're both of consenting age. They are adults. Let them have them smooch. Let people get them kissing. The only time fictional bullshit bothers me is when it's obviously like child shit. And some people can be iffy on like underage natural exploration, let's call it for a very nice set of words. Where it's like, yeah, a 14-year-old is going to masturbate more likely than not, especially masculine ones, because not enough femme people get taught or get told that you can do stuff and you'll like release some stress chemicals and it'll be great for you overall. And some people I find handle it very well where if they're going to include it, they skim over the top of it. They're just like, and this is an event that happened because they are a natural, everyday person that follows the typical expected, I don't know, processing of the day, or of their emotions, or of their hormones, or of whatever. Insert some words in there. This is a thing that happened. And it's like, yeah, rad. It gets real weird when someone's actually describing it and they're writing it as if it's any other kind of, like, masturbation scene. It's like, this is... Nope. I'm good. And then you close that out and you put it away and you never touch it. And you're like, Nope, 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 nope. Or, like, a lot of kids seem to get sexual contact with each other around, like, 15, 16. Seems to be, like, a reasonable age, we'll say, for most teens discovering their bodies. Where, again, glancing over the top of it and being like, this is event. And you go, okay, that is event. And then they'll cover all, like, the emotional revelations and the blank whatever for, like, the morning after. And it's like, cool, great, fantastic. This is a thing that do happen to people, and this is a thing that do happen to people at this age. And we covered it in a way that's not feeling weird and invasive. We are just saying that it is a thing that happened. And as a person who was of that age at a point, although it's never with anyone else, hell yeah, single player. He was like, yes, I relate to this. This was also an experience that I have had. Yes, agreeable. But people who then start writing, like, underage scenes, where it's like, no, we're getting into, like, the real thoughts and feelings of it, and this is important because this person will later be, like, the love of their life or whatever, and they'll like, marry this person down the road, and it's like, that's, like... Nope. No, nope, 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 no, no, thank you. And close. And other sketchy thing of, like, 800-year-old demon that's in a body that's incredibly similar to a child. No. Nope, 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 nope. I don't care how old the demon is. It has the body of someone who looks like they're 11. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. And then some people will start getting into a fight because that's their thing. And they want to defend it. And that's a choice to make, for sure. And they'll back it up with the defense of, like, well, some adults just have bodies like this. No, they have adult versions of bodies like that. People who are, like, stunted from height growth to a certain point. They have the adult version of that body. They don't have the body that looks like a child. Like, things are different. Muscles are different. Like, skeletal systems, their build, are different. There are different proportions. There's not a ton of people out there who are like 30 and have a body that's similar to a child. And there's a lot of really gross defenses that it's just like, I don't like these things. Why are we fighting me about my consenting aged men kissing? And this is, I guess, fine to you people who are coming to attacking or fetishizing gay men. I just want them to kiss because I like them. Because I don't feel this sort of happiness, or what's perceived to be happiness, in my life. And I don't really ever see myself having this kind of relationship with anyone ever in my future. So, I'm not fetishizing. It's a bad word to say for me. I can't do it most of the time. And I just want to live vicariously through one of the characters who's kissing the character that I like, because I find it uncomfortable if I do like a self-insert or like a Mary Sue of any kind. I don't like it, that doesn't work for me. So I just project onto one of them and then have them smooch the one that I like. And then I get to vicariously live through that. And I get to pretend that I have happiness in my everyday life. I don't need them as a fetish. I need them to be happy. Fetish eyes. Fetish eyes. According to people who are like that, I as an ace cannot read smut, apparently. Right? And if they bone, what about it? I'm not making it a kink to me that they're boning. There's something very soothing in the back of my brain when characters I like bone. And it's like, I can either find the fics that do this, write the fics that do this, or whatever. But it's like, I get to give that bond that everyone says is there to these people. And I know, like, that bond doesn't happen every time to everyone for every situation. Everything's different. But in Ficland, this happens in that bonding. And when you've already planned to make these people, like, smooch and be together, that bonding thing exists in the boning. And whenever you get to the boning phase, it's like, there's something about a fic that once it reaches the boning phase, I'm done with it. It's like, they've sexed. Good for them. And I'm basically done with it. Time to read another fic that's almost the same word for word, but in a different universe. And when they get to the boning, and they complete the boning, and they're in love, done. It's so weird. That's the point where I'm like, alright, we're good. I don't know why, but it happens a lot. And maybe it's just like the layout of a lot of fics where usually there's a build up to when will they get into a relationship? And a lot of fics will end shortly after they've done the bone. And maybe it's just like a programming in there that my brain is like, okay, the fic is done now. I've read everything that I need to read, but that's probably because also a lot of people after that first bone don't know what to fucking do with the characters. People are like, well, I've now reached my personal limit of I've built up this relationship to this point. They've boned. and then they just like get up and walk away. Like if that is the pinnacle for them, and I think that says a lot about sexual people and sexually able people and sexually interested people, because I find that a lot of like asexuals especially, and leaning into like aromantics, usually people on the A spectrum, whenever they're writing, I find that they'll continue beyond the boning much more often, because for us sort of people, that's not all the relationship is. That isn't, like, boning isn't the pinnacle of a relationship. That's not the stopping point for A people. For people who live a sexual life, and for people who have been taught those sort of sexual perspectives, that's the main event. That's the big thing. But I find a lot of A people go, no, we can go higher. And then a lot of them will get into that really, really delicious good food, like domestic fluff. And that's what I really read for. And finding a fic where the sexual encounter isn't the pinnacle of the story, and getting to read a little bit more, that's where my brain shuts down and be like, all right, this is this kind of writer, I don't need to read anymore. This was the top tier. Or reading beyond that and going, oh, they've now, like, developed a whole little thing. And I think that's part of, like, the A projecting bonding experience. Of being like, they've had sex, so now they're just, like, adorably domestic with each other, and they've just, like, decided how they fit together, and, like, this was the last piece to bring them into an entire narrative with each other. Now we're in sync. Now we're flowing. This is only, like, part way into the story. Let's keep fucking going. And I think that I find very exciting. And then that person will, more often than not, just kind of, like, glance over any further, like, sexual things. They're like, I'm gonna, like, half write out this blowy in, like, a truck stop bathroom just for funsies because they took a break on a road trip. I'm making shit up. So, like, that's fine. But then there'll be so much around that road trip, and it'll be so sweet, and it's like, I got these dumb little sunglasses in the gas station, because, like, I thought of you. It's like, oh my god, he got him sunglasses because they reminded him of them. It's like, I get so excited about that shit. And I think that's a fun perspective with a lot of A writers, and a lot of people who romanticize a relationship rather than sexualize it. So it's just like, there's a lot of fun shit that can be in there, but a lot of people just drop it, and it's like, I'm not fetishizing it, because I want them to have this domestic little fluff life, and I want them to smooch, and I want one to, like, walk by the other and just, like, goose them right underneath the butt cheek. But not in, like, a sexy way. It's just a, I think you got a cute butt way, and I'm here to appreciate it. And they do a little goose, and the person's like, fuck off. And give me domestic relationships where they, like, playfully swear at each other and, like, roughhouse, but it doesn't always turn into, like, oh my god, they're wrestling, and oh my god, shirts are coming off, and someone brought baby oil. It's like, can we not have people wrestling on the couch and, like, they fall off and someone smashes their knee on the coffee table and then everything just has to fucking stop? That's what but I love realism in my fics. But that's what I want. Makes me so happy. Shipping to guys, I'm automatically fetishizing them just because I'm not also a gay man. Similar to why I feel like I can't write the trans steady thing, because I've heard a lot of fetishizing trans men because I'm not specifically a trans man myself. Yeah. That's the problem. And there's so much projection for people to be like, you can't do this thing because that stuff. It's like, okay, but what if I did it anyway? because I'm not doing it in any way that's, like, harmful or weird. What if I just want these men to have a baby? But I give them, like, the trans experience. Like, if you're writing it well, with a good perspective, or if you don't know enough information on the topic and you wrote it anyway, because you do have some either, like, perspective, or a friend, or you've been, like, reading a lot of, like, experience-based posts from other people, and someone comes in and they're like, hey, point of correction. As long as you go, oh shit, point of correction, and then go back and, like, adjust things for point of correction and take a lesson from it, what's harm? You plot with my fixed relationship to more, yeah, more than just boning. Like, boning is fun, and building up to the first bone between the characters is always interesting. And seeing how people approach sexy scenes, I also find is a very fun social experiment. But I want shit afterwards. I want shit that matters. I want things to, like, steadily grow. I don't want them to just stagnate because someone got their fucking anus stretched. Like, damn. Give me more. Give me more, like, emotional depth than that. Longer fix with a lot of plot. Fuck yeah. Smut's a nice treat. Do appreciate a good poop when I'm in the mood for it. God. Porn without plot. The tag of porn without plot, what plot, just makes me so fucking happy. Plot? What plot? We're here to bone, and it's like, I mean, it's tagged for that. It's tagged for that, and that's the whole point of this thing. It's just a quick bone story, and it's like, fuck yeah, sure. I'm in the mood, let's go. I see my favorite character happy, right? That's all it is. I just want to see my fave be happy and project myself onto that. I want to feel happy, and for me to feel happy, they need to be happy. So I can just steal their life essence. If that means they're being railed, so be it. Fuck yeah. Also, it's not fetishizing. You're reading fanfic, but you still treat real people respectively. Yeah. That's a big thing. Eddie randomly tackles Steve off the couch and wrestled with him just because he's bored, and until one of them got tired and flopped on top of the other and fell asleep. Fuck yeah. This is real life, real people. I always found that, especially writing back in the old life and back to the life that led up to the old life, I used to write fanfic about that old crew. And I did that all the time, and it included, like, shipping stories and like reading other people's stories and a bunch of, like, well, yeah, porn stories, the whole, like, domestic fluff. Fucking ABOs, man. You will have to tear ABOs out of my cold dead hands, because they're either masterpieces or disasters, and you never know when you're walking into them which one it'll be. And I love the fucking gamble of opening an ABO fic. I love it. Literally taking a gamble with, like, your mental health. And goddamn, I'm ready for that gamble every fucking time. Some I cannot make it through to the end. Some of them are just so written in a way. And I'm glad that that makes that person and that author happy, and I'm glad it makes their audience happy. But oh my god, some of them. And I know it's not entirely for me, because even that extreme stuff, or certain things, just, it, oh my god. So bad. But like the softer shit of it, and we talked about this before, it's been like 2 years, we talked about everything, including ABO. Anything that's, I find, let me tell you one of my limits with ABO fics, because everyone's clearly asking. One of my limits with ABO fics is people who obsess about the slick. When the slick is literally everything, when that word is in like every second or third sentence, I'm out. I can't. That's so much for me. That is not. I can't, so I just close it. I am a responsible reader. I fucking find where my limits are, and then I find them, and I go, nope. And we just close that window, and we move on with our lives. Do I do what that is? Eat popcorn. Right, I should find you like a very nice, soft, depending what you want. Let's make it like reader's choice. I can either find like a very soft, fluffy, domestic ABO fix, which are the ones that I lean towards. I could find you something messy and terrible, or we can do both. If you want to read one, I am happy to vet one or two for you. But you do take a gamble when you open them, and at some point it just becomes a slight addiction of like, will I be horrified, or is it going to be really cute? It could potentially even be both. It is like the Pokemon pack of fanfics. It could be an entirely dud stack, nothing in it, or you're gonna find like the holy grail of cards. And you never know. It's a fucking blind bag. And I love the thrill of opening an ABO fic and seeing either what horrors or what comforts are going to lie within. And I find that so exciting. Much cheaper than opening Pokemon packs, too. Oh my god. No idea what that... Alexo, do you want to know what that is, or do you actually know what that is and you're just making like a cheesy JJ comment? I honestly do not know. But like... Oh my god. Fucking slick fix. God, fuck. It's so much. Slick, no idea. ABO, I can make a safe guess. Okay, so here is specifically for you, Alexo, your education into ABO fanfics. ABO being Alpha, Beta, Omega. Whole AU that involves a lot of perceived, assumed, and propagated wolf pack dynamics. And oh, Rebel, this one could be dangerous if I keep saying that name. So it goes into pack hierarchy as we've perpetuated it to be. And of course science is like, that's not fucking how wolf packs work. But this is what we believe. So, usually in this universe, everyone will focus on mostly alphas and omegas. In ABOs, hilariously, betas get pretty much written off. They don't exist. Because people don't find that fun. Betas are usually kind of like your side characters that don't matter. They just kind of contribute to a little bit of help. But like actual betas, they just kind of exist. And they stand in here and there. But they don't really have a lot of relevance too much. It's mostly about the alphas and the omegas because everyone wants to make them bang. And that's usually the biggest thing. ABO fics, I think, are really the highest percentage of fucking, because that is pretty much the point. Because everyone wants to make their favorites as an alpha and an omega. Or, if they really want to spice it up, they'll make their favorites both alphas or both omegas. I find the more fun of the double pairing is when they're both alphas, because ABOs get into something called bitching. And bitching is a term used whenever an alpha character is bred to the point where they start taking on omega traits until they just become the omega for that alpha. And ABOs are all about pairing an alpha with an omega because they are a natural thing and they have to go together. Here we go. So, a lot of this is about alpha characters and the omega characters, and almost all of them will bring you into the heat cycle, because majority, like 98% of them are about boning. So, and I mean like a focus of boning, not just that boning happens, like they are boning. This is why you're here. That kind of thing. Where the omegas start going into their rut, start going into their heat. They start going... Actually, I think the alphas have ruts and the omegas have heats. Let me not get my lore wrong here. Where the omegas will start emitting, like, pheromones, and they'll give off signals and hormones that'll be like, ooh, come take me. And alphas walk in, and they're like, I smell really good, and I am, like, hostily horny right now. And then the whole big point is for your main character, alpha, to smell your main character, omega, and for them to bone. And that pretty much ends the basics. So, who is what to get this back where we always go, Gotham? Ray, that is very interesting because people go everywhere with it. People will make
Milky, cocoa, mix your milk.
wholesome Scottish.
Milky,
Well, wholesome Scottish Junior. Welcome. He hugged me. I'm so happy. Oh, hell yeah. Don't know what you're talking about. But yay! Always excited about someone meeting the person they like and having a good time. Woo! I'm stuck thinking about what I'm I understand. Educational stream. You're welcome. A lot of people like to follow typical, and I'll use steady as an example, where you will see Ryan Reynolds. Oh, you got to meet one of the Canadian Supremes. Excellent. Good for you. I'm glad you had a very nice time. Especially for someone like that, who's generally pretty good overall. Fuck yeah. For people who would typically think that Steve should be an alpha because he's popular, Eddie should be an omega because he's kind of like the social reject, so they'll get together. That is like a typical perspective. So people would usually think that Oswald is probably an alpha because he has a lot of like charisma and social skill, power, everything like that. Ed is probably an omega because he's very easy to push around, kind of like under the boot of other people, that sort of thing. People will take on either social standings or general personality traits and fit it into alpha and omega. In terms of steady things I can understand. Fuck yeah. But people also like to take these things and switch them. So now you have an omega Steve, who in his social standing probably shouldn't be an omega, And then you have Alpha Eddie, who, despite being an alpha who is usually held to a higher degree in the hierarchy chain, is kind of like above his pay grade, but still a social reject. And then they'll meet that way. So it really depends on the writer, what you want from it, what you want to get from it. I'll be honest, I have not really read like any ABO for Gotham for Nigmabelpot, which I think is terrible of me to do. But in a lot, like a majority of these fics, there will be suppressants, as they're called. And almost every time in this majority of fics that use suppressants in them, the person, the Omega, who's about to go into heat, has forgot their suppressants. So convenient that this happens to everyone all the time. But in saying that, if I was an Omega, it would probably happen to me because I forget shit constantly. So suppressants are supposed to act like some sort of hormonal pill that will keep an Omega from presenting heat and from like displaying the characteristics with it. And there are so many fics. Oh no, Pizza Man, I don't have any cash, kind of not having suppressants. Almost specifically, yes. And a lot of these things will be, oh, I forgot my suppressants. It just so happens that other main character that we like, Alpha, is like passing by at the time, or smells the Omega, and like seeks them out by like instinctual like primal curiosities. I don't even want to say like needs, because not a lot of them do like, I smell an Omega, I need to fuck it. It's usually like, what's that? Is that like cinnamon? What the fuck? A lot of Omegas smell like cinnamon also, which I think is odd. I don't know why cinnamon is like the sex smell, but cinnamon comes up a lot. I don't know if people just don't know what other things smell like, but a lot of cinnamon. And cinnamon is sexy now. In ABO, I guess. Cinnamon is like a very common smell I keep coming across, no matter what fandom I go into. Somebody smells like cinnamon. And it's so weird. I'm sure it's just like they want something that smells warm, but people just don't understand that other smells exist, so they just kind of go with what they think people know. Is it a good smelling thing? It can be, Marty. I find, especially for myself, the smell of cinnamon gets tied to craft stores a lot. So how you experience a craft store is kind of like how cinnamon smells. And a lot of cinnamon in like candles and scents and like I'm gonna say like the Glade plugins and everything are very like manufactured in their smell. So they're stronger than they should be. They have like a fake kind of tinge to it, kind of like whenever I'm trying to think of like with like foods, and you get candy where they just put a whole lot more flavoring than they should. Like whenever you have a cherry candy, but it tastes like candy cherry, not cherry the fruit. In the same way that whenever you're visually taking something in and someone's turned up the saturation, it's like, that's not how life would be perceived through my eyes. That's a heightened version of it. Those things, but in your nose. It's a heightened thing. It smells fake. It smells very strong. For me, it's disorienting, but I don't like strong smells. Omegas walking around smelling like a Glade plugin. Why don't they smell like leather and hot guys? Well, that's the thing. Omegas smell like cinnamon and flowers, and omegas smell like fucking sandalwood and leather and like tobacco. They really like. They really put sense in there to separate them. And that's another thing I don't quite like about a number of ABO fics is they really feminize the Omega and make them like soft and delicate even if they're an edgy character. It's like that's weird. Which version smells like Axe body spray? Alpha. Alpha would 100% smell like the sandalwood. Daddy knows every other fucking smells like sandalwood. Everything on this smells like sandalwood or cinnamon. And that's like the only 2 scents anyone knows. Danny, I'm so happy you had that reaction. Danny knows. Cologne versus bath soaps. It's pretty much it. Everyone smells like a goddamn Kindle, they do though. That's always how they're described. It's fucking weird. That no one knows what anything else smells like. It's so fucking funny. So like, it's always that, and between the two, whenever they get into like close intimate things, they start scenting each other. And much like dogs have those like glands and they produce their little scent glands in their cheekums and through their little rectal glands, they apply that to ABO. So a lot of these times they'll be like cuddling up to people and nuzzling in, especially around the neck, because that's apparently where the ABOs keep their glands. As an ex, I didn't even get to the slick yet, and this is everything else. If you live in this world and you can't smell, no one's touched it. I can tell you right now, not a single ABO fic has an alpha that doesn't have, like, high-smelling options. So, we've got the scenting. And there's a lot of nuzzling up into the neck glands where those things are. A lot of the wrists are apparently a spot. And a lot of people absolutely adore getting the Omega eaten out. And this will lead into our explanation of Slick. I should run like a university course on ABO fics because I think that'd be very fun. You have no representation, I can't believe. So Slick. Slick is essentially the wet pussy of ABO fics. I can't wait for Twitch to just delete this whole VOD, like, instantaneously. It's being deleted right now. So, Omegas, I think like 99.5% of the time, have a natural slick production. So slick is just pussy juice, but it comes out the anus. Rewatch a stream plot. The conversation has been jumping. I would love to see a conversational chart of all of our main points and just watch it. Pussy juice. No other way to describe it. Self-lubricating butthole. Yep. So, when the Omega starts to go into heat, usually they will start with a gentle amount of slick. Just enough to pretty much apply to all of, like, the inner rectal muscles and a bit of the butthole itself. Might want to add that. Here, I'll put in the title. There we go. Describing ABO, beware. There we go. That's their warning. For all the people that don't read titles, eat ass. Like they do to the Omegas. So. Actually, it's not super common, but... So there would be a soft amount of slick that happens at first. And then, usually, when the Omega meets the Alpha, and they do a little, you smell like sandalwood, you smell like cinnamon, realization, all of a sudden, the Omega will just let out a glob. And I do mean as a description, glob of slick. Just in reaction of, oh, you're hot. You're an option. Depending on the fic will depend on how much bodily fluid you're going to be dealing with. Because, again, it's a goddamn gamble. Either it's enough with a little bit of runoff, or this person might as well be sitting in just like a puddle of slime. Like a Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards amount of slime. Common that people all write this into their ABO. Pretty standard. So depending on who it is and how they present it, how sexy they find the whole, like, bodily fluid producing experience will depend on how much slick you have to deal with in reading. The uh-oh slime. Check this out. What is this? A primer! Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck! Bless that person. So if you want more history, you can lean there and get some more information. And then it'll come to how sentimental this person feels when they're writing their ABO heat fic. A big thing for Omegas is making a nest. And it's usually made out of clothes and blankets and any especially soft materials, pillows, whatever they can find that's comfortable. And if the environment allows it, the Omega will start putting a nest together if they haven't done so already. And they make it comfortable, and essentially they just roll around in it to get their scent on it. And the Omega will present this to the Alpha to be like, look at my special little spot. Isn't it special? Isn't it nice? You should come be with me in this place. And the Alphas get to go, oh my god, what a pretty little space. And they get to, like, crawl in there and cuddle up together. And then they'll do, like, the scenting thing we described. And then it gets into sexy times. And depending on your writer, will depend on if it's just, like, a heat thing, if it's, like, a dominance thing, or if they're going hard with a breeding kink. Quite a few of them go hard into a breeding kink. A lot of, yes, Omega, I'm going to fill you with my pups. You're going to carry my litter, because many, many, many ABOs will do mpreg. I don't know if I like wolves anymore. And Richie makes them his brand, so imagine what that says. As I push further into Richie is, like, kink furriest. That's my rumor. So there's a lot of different perspective in there. The dominance one can be a little nice. Depending on if it's like an aggressive alpha thing, if it is a mating alpha thing, there's a few different dominance differentiating things in there. A lot of it is markings, especially very possessive AU. In a number of ABO fics, there's a whole like, if the alpha bites the omega while they're banging, and especially while they're in like the climax stage, that they're then bonded. Like that means that they are now mates, and that's a whole thing. And I don't know where that comes from, and I don't understand, but I don't have to. But apparently that's a huge thing. And depending on how fancy someone wants to get, sometimes this mating bite means that they're like connected psychically and can feel each other's emotions. And I don't know why. But again, I don't have to know. But that happens sometimes. It's a more rare thing. But for whatever reason, sometime it happened. And from there, it's a lot of just like... Fucking SpongeBob order. Eventually they get to the end of the boning. There's usually a lot of, like, in a number of them, omegas will cry pretty often. There'll be like an, oh yes, my alpha kind of dominance possession thing. And then you get to the nodding. First person writing ABO. Platy, read the title. You've stepped into me describing what the alpha, beta, omega fanfic AUs are a part of. Just so everyone don't shame them. You're right, I'm sorry. It's rude of me. Nodding. No, not nodding. Not-ing. K-N-O-T. Welcome to nodding, where, as some might know, in the animal kingdom, dogs will have a little bulb on the base of their dicks, so that whenever they bone, when it comes to the actual ejaculation process, they are locked in there. Can't pull out. Things about nature. Guessing it's to be like, if it stays in, more chance of reproducing. That is included. That is a package deal for ABO. And, well, sorry, super tinnitus. That's the fourth one that comes and goes. Happens in usually my left ear. And an incredibly shrill, incredibly loud thing that just starts getting rid of all the sound except for that ringing. So, nodding. Omega's getting plowed, getting to the climax. Alpha has been growing their knot, and usually it is described in a handful of fics as growing or swelling. This knot progressively gets larger as the boning happens. When you get to just pre-climax, usually the alpha will completely seat themselves inside. The knot swells to its maximum size. They cannot separate from each other now. Climax. Oh my god. Everyone's like happy and exhausted. And they will usually write their alphas and omegas as just culling for a while until the alpha can finally slide their dick out of the Omega because the knot has now shrunk over time, naturally. You know, like I said with the dogs, the spermo stay in, more likely to get Paganto. That's what the ABO do. And it's... ABO is such a wild fucking ride. And I saw Dandy mention it earlier in the comments, and it's something that whenever I come across ABO, I hope to see. But it's when you get the more interesting ride of Omegas being more feral. I'm just looking at the post now, Ray. Oh god, I've now lost it. I got distracted by the post. Makes me so happy. It really is Skullurday, though. Someone tell me what I was just saying. Now I need to wait. Feral Omegas, yes! Alright. Dandy by accident got me. Yeah, I find so much more of an interesting ABO fic when it seems like the Omega actually has a choice in the matter. And a lot of the fics, a good clutch of the fics, will have the Omega starting to go into heat, and they'll introduce their other main character, and the Omega's like, please, please, you gotta not me, you gotta do this, I just need to ride out the heat. And a lot of the times, the heats in this fic are described as uncomfortable, they're painful to, like, a weird degree, they're, like, overheating, sweating, crying, like, stomach cramps. These people are, like, the Omegas are nearly debilitated sometimes by this heat. And they're, like, begging and pleading for their nearby alpha to not them. And depending on who's writing, will be presenting their alphas as either they're going right into it, they're just helping a friend. Some of them, you get the alphas that are more conscientious of what's happening, so they hold it in because they're just so strong emotionally and mentally that they can fight back this urge. And it will be written in the paragraphs that this is such a strong urge and they just want to plow that little Omega into their nest. But they won't, because that's not consent. And it's like, I'll take it. And the alphas will be there and they're like, you gotta tell me that this isn't just the heat talking. Like, you gotta, like, do you actually want me to bone you? Like, if it wasn't this, would that be a thing? Usually Omega's like, oh my god, yeah, sure, just fucking do it. Which doesn't, it feels like a decision made under duress, which I don't think counts as true consent, but people play it off as such. May not be the intent we deserve, but it's the one we need. It truly is, though. And then you get the ones that I love the most, where the Omegas are like, no, if I don't like your scent, if I don't like your attitude, if I don't like your approach, I'm literally going to bite your throat out of the front of your neck, and I'm gonna bury your fucking body in the woods. And no one's gonna know, and no one's gonna care. And it's like, bring it, let's fucking go, this is what I want. I want the Omegas who are, like, fighting back. Who actually make a choice in these things. And, when people are writing Omegas in that they don't seem absolutely helpless, they are laying on the floor, like crying, clutching their stomach, begging for whatever alpha passes by to bone them down to relieve the stress and the pressure of the heat. I love the fucking omegas who are like, I don't care what dick I'm getting. If I don't feel the vibe, literally I will murder you. It's like, bitch, let's fucking go. Because then you get the great dynamic of the Omega who didn't settle for anyone, who wanted the right person, who vibed with them. Like, top tier fucking, like, cannot get more consenty than this on the Omega perspective. And when the alphas, especially in the feral Omega presentation, when you get, like, the timid alphas, good. Very fucking good. We love this, like, typical switcheroo of the roles, where the alpha's approaching is like, hi, please don't kill me, but you smell like cinnamon, and I think that's fantastic. Here is a gift. And especially when the alpha has to present presents to win the Omega's favor. And the Omega gets to go, might not kill you now, might do it later. We'll see. And gets to, like, wait and tease them along. And gets to do this whole, like, you're gonna follow me, but if I turn around and you're too close, ripping out your fucking eyes with my claws. Anyway, I find it much more fun, much more freeing, a lot more of, like, an independent choice. Courting an ABO fix with a feral Omega, let's fucking go! That's my good shit if I dip into an ABO fic. That's what I want to see. That's my jackpot I'm hoping to open the fic to. Oh, when they get to, like, see the Omega nest and it's like, okay, they kind of have this kind of theme, they're wearing these kind of clothes, they're kind of leaning towards this kind of stuff. Okay, I think I can figure this out. And the alpha gets to come back and it's like, I saw you kind of like the color orange, so I got, like, these things for you. And the nest has, like, this kind of blanket in it, and it's a soft fur, so I got you, like, this little plush that has the same sort of, like, material on it. And it really forces the alpha to care rather than just being some hierarchy in this with a dick. And this he gets to be like, no, I like the Omega. I like their look. I like their smell. I like what's going on here. I like their nest. Very cool. Like, would you allow me to penetrate you? Like, is that okay? And the Omega being like, I'm gonna fucking ride you till you cry. It's like, bitch, let's go. Own it. Far more interesting. Oh, it's so much more fun. And it's even more fun when the ABO universe around it is like, oh yeah, this alpha approached an Omega who didn't want it and pushed too hard. Omega fucking killed them. And everyone goes, oh, yeah. Sad to hear. And everyone just accepts that a murder has happened. And they're just like, yeah, sure. I mean, to be expected. It's like, yes! Hell yeah! Silly scenting stuff and courting and nesting to me, it's all a good time. Ooh. I love it when an Omega makes a nest and they just start crying over, like, all the stuff that's in there. Because they're all, like, important to them. And it's so wild, and it's like, that's so fucking cute. It's sad to hear, and they move on. Everyone just, like, accepts that it's a thing. It's so fucking funny. Oh my god. So, I'm gonna take the tag off my title now. That is your introductory history course on ABO Fix. Thank you, you're welcome. Next time I will have a slide presentation. Pack dynamics! Ooh. That's an extra hit. It's fun bullshit. It's fun bullshit when it's in a fanfic. When, like, Jim Dude Bros think that it's real. Don't Ray, honestly, though, a much better society if we could. If we could just purge anyone who's doing the bad thing, looking to, like, harm someone in their actions. Absolutely fair, Alexo. That is okay. That is you and that's your comfort. I didn't even get into, like, the details of people getting obsessed with, like, the scent and flavors of slicks, but I think that's a more advanced lesson for another time. It's been extremely It's been very educational tonight. We've learned a lot here. Maybe things against our own will, but we have certainly done a learn. Next stream! Okay, well, everyone read the primer for the alphabet, beta, omega thing, and we'll see. Not crazy yet! Discord stream. It's probably a good idea. Then I can get the slideshow presentation. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I drink it up. I think there's something about ABO fix that starts leaning towards monster fuckery, and I think that's why it's acceptable in my brain, because I've read so many, like, werewolf bang fics, because, like, smooching werewolves and vampires together is such a classic way to get into a lot of dynamics and a lot of fictions. So a ton of those that I've read when I was younger include what would be basic ABO fic stuff. And thinking of ABO fics, I'm like, what if they were just lamer werewolves where they didn't have a wolf form? And I'm very curious about some of these things. And in the thought of, like, monsters gotta have something fucking, like, weird going on with them. I'm like, ears are open? I'm not into the full spectrum of ABO. It's not all for me. But when I find those special little corners, I'm in 100% Will not deny it, will not reject it. I'm okay with it. Like, yes. It's like, wow, you read ABO, you're into ABO. Not into ABO, but I do appreciate ABO. And I appreciate the legacy behind ABO as a whole. And, like, the culture that has come from it. And, like, what else are furries gonna do? They have money. Respect furries, respect ABOs. It's not hard. Again, as long as everything is in, like, consenting realms of, like, age and, like, wherewithal and everything, but that's what the dubious consent tag is for. That's what a lot of those things are for. But if everything is in the consenting realm and everything checks out legally, let's fucking go. Softer ABO fix. Okay, yeah. I'll keep my eyes out, right? Do you want me to make them more, like, steady, centric to hit, like, your hyperfixation with them? 'Cause I've seen a few already. Like, and I don't track fix as much as I did before, like, as of recently. But even then, I've still come across a few, and a couple of them are real cute. What you can do with the trope. Also, some people don't like it because it's problematic. But, like, it's a kink trope. What are you gonna do? Some people just want to be fucked, like, getting banged harder will get you pregnant better. And it's like, people just want to eat puss juice and blow out the backs of someone submissive. How is that really much different than some other more socially typical sex things? People make a fuss. Absolute fuss about nothing. People fucking breathe. Let people have super smell and then bone their best friend in a fucking pile of jackets. See something interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out for you, Ray. I'll give you a couple links. We'll have some fun. I'm gonna look out for some Gotham ones, because now I'm quite interested. I'm eyes emoji about that. My brain is now trying to process what an ABO Gotham would be like. Oh god, Rebel, what's Twitch doing to me? Well, I guess not Twitch, if it's just you. What's your computer doing to me? Because I do make a lot of faces. Non-traditional ABO. Ooh. Alright, 1 second. Let me just get out my computer notepad. I feel like I've absolutely seen non-traditional ABO. I've definitely seen it before. Like, the words look familiar. But I wouldn't be able to relate it to which fic. So, I'm excited. Okay. I wrote it down. I'll remember it. Very interesting Gotham dynamic. I think it'd be fun. Because everyone would, I would imagine more often than not, lean Gordon into being an alpha. Like, he kind of almost has to be, right? Feral Omegas. Okay. You have me now, Dandy. I'm in. I'm in. Let's go. Right now, everyone open. Look under your chairs. It's an ABO fic. Bless, Dandy. You're doing the Lord's fucking work. Alright. Everyone start ABOing Gotham characters. Who's what? What's your headcanons? Now that we've discussed what ABO is, here's your homework assignment, here's your quiz. That's an example of a B. A beta is really just like a neutral person who just kind of exists. They're usually a close friend of the alpha. Not very many betas hang out with omegas when people are writing. In a lot of these fics, it seemed like betas pair off together, and then the alphas and omegas kind of pair off around them. So you're looking for, like, the grounded, normal characters who don't super stand out in any crazy way. Characters who don't typically show a mass amount of either aggression or submission. A lot of people, and like everyone just fucking forgets about betas. Really, whoever you can characterize as like a neutral side character who is both helpful but not important to the main story, that's usually your beta. Someone who doesn't get in the way of the alpha kind of hypes them up. Like a Butch. Yeah, Butch could be applicable to a beta. Like, in his base personality without doing anything? Yeah. Butch is a very good, like, descriptor for a beta if you need to see, like, a visual in a dynamic. Just kind of exists. Can be a little bit snarky, can be a little bit helpful, a little bit positive, just kind of lives his own life. Is usually around an alpha, but can exist on his own. So, Butch, very good beta. Oh, I just like to stretch. Wendell is my bee. Wendell. Normal fucking person. Alvarez. Ah! Fucking Alvarez. I'd let him do it. He's handsome. Fucking Zaz. Fucking Gotham Zaz. What a goddamn treasure. Let me tell you, I would categorize Zaz as kind of like a hierarchy, non-caring alpha. Because this is something in ABOs where the alphas don't really care where they are in relation to other people. They don't really care what's going on. It could nonplussed about anything. Very, like, neutral, natural, whatever. So I find Zaz would be a very fun, just like chaotically present alpha because he does take off on his own at times. He's always in servitude to someone, which is always interesting. Could make him like a dominant beta. But then again, I really find like Headhunter to be a very good beta example. And in the dynamic of Zaz and Headhunter, Zaz is your alpha, Headhunter is your beta. Something like the fucking puppet Scarface, alpha. Arthur Penn, omega. Harvey could genuinely be whatever the fuck you wanted him to be. Typically, a very good beta just kind of exists in his own life, does his own things, hypes up Jim, who we all know would be a traditional alpha. Barb being an alpha would be very, very good. Barb seems like one of those, like, was a beta until, and depending on the dynamic again, was a beta until there was, like, a non-present alpha and then grew up into the hierarchy, or just was born alpha. Because that's a whole fucking thing, and presenting as one or the other at, like, a certain age. Yeah, Harvey could go in any direction. God bless. I've got it in my head that, like, what if fucking Ed and Riddler could have different alignments? Because they're different people. It's not even in his final form, what a dude! If Ed was just, like, a normal, everyday beta, but Riddler is either natural alpha, very egotistical. It's all about him, in charge, dominating, if you go with traditional traits, or to piss him off, make him an omega, and he fucking hates it. Hates that he's even, like, a step lower than Ed. He's like, oh, you gotta fucking kidding me. Either way could be very funny, and that's the fun of ABO Fix, is you really do whatever the fuck you want, and no one questions you. Chill Omega, chill Alpha. I do like the idea of Harvey being like an independent, chill Omega who just has come into like power of his own and is respected. My favorite thing, pissing off Riddler, is an alpha, or at least tries to present himself as an alpha. That's the angle I'm wondering. In Alexo, absolutely, Alfred is 100% an omega. No question, can't be debated. That either Riddler would be an omega that takes suppressants so that he can present more alpha, or whether he just is alpha, that would be up to personal interpretation. And that is also an answer. No answer here has to be definitive. If you've got an idea, explain the headcanon. We're excited now. Everyone's dipping into ABO. Oswald would have to be feral. I feel that. I feel that there's not many ways to make Oswald an alpha. You can obviously just do it. But just based on him, and especially how he went from Umbrella Boy to fucking Kingpin of the City like 17 times. And that he keeps getting knocked down by other, like, clearly alpha personalities. I think that's very fun for Oswald to just basically always be an omega, but just of different standings, especially being, like, an aggressive omega, being a feral omega, being a dominant omega, and being like, bitch, no. I know I smell like cinnamon today, but you can go absolutely fuck yourself. Favorite. So good, I agree. Fox would be a very good beta. Foxy doesn't do too terribly much. Which, I mean, very beta-esque. But, like, smart, helpful, just kind of walks in and is like, hi, this very helpful, important plot information. See you later. They're like, cool, thanks, Fox. Never call you that, Oswald is Omega. Also the thought of, like, Riddler actually being alpha, and the idea that, like, if you applied a general ABO dynamic to it, that Oswald was so nonplussed about Ed before because Ed would present as a beta, and Oswald's like, you're both not a threat to me, and also of no interest to me. You exist. Good day to you, sir. Step off. And wouldn't feel a need to go any further. Meanwhile, Riddler comes out as alpha. Oswald's like, no! Fuck off! Hate you! Go away! And just immediately becomes a little shit, like he does. Riddler's like, haha, my name's Riddler. Stop calling me Ed, dickhead. He's like, fuck, I will call you Ed until I fucking die. Go absolutely fuck yourself. You're not stopping me, Edward. A beautiful dynamic. I love it. Dominant Omega, submissive Alpha. Ooh, there's something so comforting about it. Strange as an Omega. Ooh. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Hugo Strange is like an Omega who has a fascination about ABO dynamic in general. Being bendable to the whims of people around him, like you say, like by Fish. Jim's led him around a couple times. That people seem to just get the upper hand on him randomly just by having, like, more energy, which is always really funny. I do like the idea of him being Omega, but he's just in a position of power that allows him to stand out more and seem a little more alpha in traits, in that he just has a high standing in actual society. Oh. Interesting. Mr. Freeze, alpha, but not a chill. No, I can't even say it. I have so many defunded puns. Mr. Freeze being a very relaxed alpha about how the world works. Absolutely. This man could not be cannot be bothered. Here's a thing. Here's the thing, Mr. Freeze Alpha. Two-Face's Omega? What if specifically the Two-Face personality, what if it was like almost a flop side? But, Mods can say puns, you just can't read one. I know, but then I'll have to pay for it. Or I technically should pay for it, technically speaking. And I know sometimes I just reject it, and sometimes I think about it, and it just depends on me. But if it's like traditional animated series Two-Face, where he is two different personalities, but at like a coexisting same time, God, what if the actual Two-Face personality was just an aggressive Omega acting out, but Harvey Dent is like a beta? Or, oh, even better, Harvey Dent. Like, Harvey Dent being Alpha and Two-Face being Omega, but they just coexist at the same time. They're both dominantly and submissively fighting each other. God. Fun. This is fun. I love this. So my thing before... So thinking about non-representation for poor Marty's non-smelling people. I have a small thing. Back to the point of, could you sit on Mr. Freeze's dick without it, like, causing him excruciating pain? Because any hole you have would be too warm for his skin. You know how when shit's really, really... To all the smell people, when shit's really, really cold, and you take in a breath of cold air that you don't really smell much of anything, you just feel almost like a burning sensation, that it kind of seems to, like, cancel out taking in any actual smell of things, like it's so cold. And that it's so cold out that it kind of cancels out things. What if this is representation for Marty's people? What if there's a possibility here where we have a Mr. Freeze that, because of, like, his core body temperature and the temperature that he needs to keep in the environment around him, that he doesn't actually perceive smells traditionally anymore. Yeah, it just smells cold. It just smells like he can get a little whiff of something fresh or different every now and then, but he just does not perceive smell anymore because his body temperature in his environment, or the suit itself is creating an environment so cold that it's getting rid of the smells in the area? What if in his transformation to Mr. Freeze, it fucked up his sense of smell? So he doesn't really have it anymore. At best, we'll say, like, he can smell when things get warmer, which is something I have quite frequently, where you can smell the temperature change. So he can get a little hint of, like, I can kind of smell a little bit of heat. It smells different. I can tell the temperature's kind of going up. But is he smelling your fish and chips? No. Can he smell a flower? No. Like, someone farted and crop dusted him. No idea. Temperature does smell, yes. That's what I'm saying. That he's got more of, yeah, just like an environmental sense of when things are different, but he has no actual traditional perception of smell. No foods, no florals, no, like, body colognes, nothing. Marty, we might have found someone for you. Much like someone's like, Eddie Munson is now trans because that is how I feel. Mr. Freeze can't smell. Because we need this representation. It could be why. Absolutely. Especially in this ABO sense. If whenever he was a regular man, had his hormones, whatever, mated with Nora, they're a pair, becomes Mr. Freeze, now scent is gone, and that's why he doesn't care about finding anyone else. That's why he can't be pulled in by heats. It's why, like, a bunch of things that would normally take in alphas just does not affect him anymore. He just doesn't have the ability to perceive any of those scents. Nora's rotting, she reeks. Really? Can't tell. Should probably fix that. Thank you for telling me. Like, Freeze, what the fuck? There we go. Science. Representation. Well, I mean, probably science. I have no fucking idea. But probably science. Representation. We're doing work. Thank you, ABO. This is important. Everyone needs representation. Everyone needs it. Not enough people think of these things.
We did it! We did it! Hooray!
Fuck yeah. Making it work. Making it work. Making a difference. Now, if only there were more. We'll get there. We'll do this for you, Marty. We're gonna create the shit out of non-smelling people. That's exciting to me. Just in general. I didn't tell anyone about my marriage thing that I was thinking of while I was hairspraying a lot of wefts. And I'm sure I had some sort of sweet floral contact high from the amount of hairspray I accidentally inhaled. By accidentally, partially purposefully, because I could have just opened a window, but I didn't want to because it was raining and it's cold. I was waiting for a good time, spontaneously, and right now. We're back in Gotham at least, so that's a little something. There's a lot going on tonight. We've made a journey, and we have not stopped believing. Marriage and Riddler. Marriage and you. So, I had a thought. Because I was thinking about my slutty little southern bitch boy. I forgot the rest of the words and what order they're in. It's something about slut muffin. And I was thinking about someone questioning him about marriage at some point, because he's in the South. Very traditional thing. Get married young, get married especially to your high school sweetheart, start a family, get that shit out of the way. As soon as you can, get on it. But I find that Ed would be more passive about it, but Riddler, of course, would be more aggressive because it's fucking Riddler, little bitch. That neither of them really believe in the concept of marriage. They would be the kind of, and I tag this along with, what is it? Pathetic baby, intolerable piece of shit, slutty southern little quiz boy. Let me just copy paste that. This is gonna be the fucking void copy pasta, and it's just a bunch of adjectives attached onto Riddler. Permitted term, piece of shit slutty. Sure, we've done that before. It goes along with the whole, like, scientific thing, things that make sense, logical reasoning, the whole, like, it doesn't believe in God specifically. The growing nickname of phone and a note. Fuck yeah. And the whole, like, I mean, science explains the Big Bang. That's how we're here. Like, the age of the Earth. Like, all this bullshit that you're making up doesn't make sense. Ed would be like, if it does something for you, great. God doesn't exist. But if he helps you, that's wonderful. And Riddler goes, God's not fucking real. You go and you rot in the ground. You're welcome for the science. Now stop yelling to the fucking sky. You look like an idiot. And you'd be like, wow, fucking thanks, dude. Thanks for the support. Because that's the kind of dickhead Riddler is. So in the same vein, that both of them would have a very similar idea, but different approach to marriage. And that Ed would be like, okay, I mean, I could see why people would find it appealing. I understand that people put weight and importance into this thing. I don't wanna. But that's to you. Have fun. Am I going to go to your wedding? Food sounds great. I could eat. Don't care about the rest. Won't go to the ceremony. Go to the reception. I'll shake your hand. Congratulate you. Get my cake and move on and be like, hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, what's this? Oh my god. Fucking Hero Academia. Send that to Lane. Get a tax break, job and car insurance, yeah. Get someone on, like, your health insurance and claim if you got it. Support someone. Absolutely. Like, Ed would understand the practicality of that. Riddler would be a very, like, why? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you spend the money and the time or anything? That was the one! You're in the wrong fandom! Dandy found it! The lost character with no sense of smell. I don't know why I ended at sense. Yeah! It's exciting! Marty, there's another one! So he would just shit all over it. Doesn't like the idea of it. Doesn't understand it. Even for, like, the tax breaks and everything, he's like, just... You can do, like, 17 other things, and here are the government documents that you could use to get a very similar, like, chunk every year. Just start this, do that. Why would you waste the time and money? on these big things that make no fucking social sense. It's all put on by, like, diamond companies and people and, we are married. So, aw, good night, Rebel. Don't fall asleep on the keyboard. Fall asleep in your bed where it's more comfy. So it's like, even someone who's going for the whole, like, oh, but it's just like, for us, we can go get, like, the court documents and everything. He's like, no. I'll fuck you till you're numb. I'm not doing that. It's like, okay, well. I'm in bed. Oh, that's even better. But that's my boy. But I was thinking a lot today about how a traditional Riddler, it's been ages, done and done. Thank you, Dandy. Has his limits. He won't cuddle you post fucking, and he will not get married to you. It's like, all right, well, so thinking about a traditional Riddler, both in, like, comics and TV shows and movies, and even in Gotham, Riddler often gets defeated by himself. He is his own, like, he's his own trap. The confidence, the ego, like, the need to prove himself, all of these things lead to his demise more often than not in his plots. Ed floats the idea Riddler refused to be trapped by the legality. 100%. You're the one who's like, but we're married. And Riddler's like, you married the other one, not me. So, bye. As long as he's up front, absolutely. And he'll tell you out the gate. And it's like, oh, so what about, like, these things? And he'll go, no. Oh, these things? I'll compromise on this, but literally nothing else. And you go, great. It's really like, he won't present it up front. You'd have to talk to him about it. And then you get into, like, a negotiation. You miss someone else's yuck. Aw, truth, Dandy. Thank you. And so I'm thinking about the fact that, and insert your character here, as I have in my own head. We'll leave this open, but that Riddler essentially scams himself into having a wedding. And absolutely against it. Would never have it. Wouldn't touch it. Won't go near a ceremony with, like, a 30-foot pole. Will not even be thought of in the same sentence as marriage. And someone kind of leaks it into his mind of, like, what if we just had a party to celebrate us? You know, it's like an anniversary of some sort. Like, dating or together or some sort of relationship level for X amount of time. What if we just had, like, a shindig to celebrate us? And Riddler can't deny a party about him. Are you kidding? This relationship is technically a third him, but if you go by Gotham, this relationship is like half him. Half of this entire thing is to celebrate him and the accomplishment that he's done in sticking around with this other person. Oh, I can feel something on my nose. So, yeah, this egotistical little shit isn't going to deny the fact that a party for the both of them, a party for him, it's fucking fantastic. Of course, sure, why not? Let's have a party then. If it'll make you happy, and it's not the fucking wedding thing, fine. We'll have, like, a celebratory party. A party? About me? I'm in. So then it just escalates from there. Where it's like, okay, well, we're having this party. Partner goes, we're having this party. So we should probably have, like, food, right? Like, that makes sense. It's like, of course we should have food. Duh. What kind of a party is it if we don't provide for people? Like, what are we... We're not slumming it. The fucking Riddler. We're gonna put on, like, a buffet. We're going to feed people. Do you hear me? It's like, okay, sure. A bitch comes out with, like, course meals. It's like, is it really a sit-down event? Are we doing, like, a sit-down party? It's like, well, it should probably start with sit-down, otherwise how are we gonna eat comfortably? I'm not standing holding a plate of chicken. That doesn't make any sense. Common law. I knew we shouldn't have people in insert state. And it's like, okay, well, we have nice food and now we're sitting down. Now it's kind of like an actual event thing. Okay, so if it's a real event thing, then, you know, like outfits. Outfits would be really cool. And, like, you're not gonna tempt Riddler into, like, an opportunity to absolutely, like, flaunt his feathers. And now we're just being a bad host! Unheard of! So this bitch gets to, like, dazzle himself up. Gets to put on a very nice suit. Anyone can see where we're going with this. A partner can be like, oh yeah, I'll get this, like... Well, if you're going this, like, super nice fancy suit, then I kind of need either a dress or a suit at the same level. Now, partner is in... Let's admittedly say, partner is going to know that it is equal, but it is absolutely going to be lower than Riddler's Tada, because he can't be outshone. And... Disowning his family. Yeah. And this is where it expands even more. So now partner's got their look. Riddler's got his look. Okay, well, it's kind of getting out of hand and we kind of need a few more things. Why don't we just push off the date a little bit? We'll plan it a bit more. Seems to be kind of like becoming a whole thing. Great. We'll make it like so many months from now. We'll plan it out. It'll be great. I'm like, cool, fine. Alright, so it's a sit-down party. Should we just sit and eat? It seems weird to have just, like, a room full of people. Like, it's a celebration. We should dance. We should, like, have fun. We should kind of party. It'll be great. I don't see it in my mind that Riddler is any kind of dancer that wouldn't be, like, a very formal waltz. And even then, you're going to have to push him into it. No problem. Someone can figure that out. A little challenge of, like, what? Can't you dance? And he's like, oh, I can fucking dance. And then it's a whole goddamn thing. So then I was like, okay, well, then we need, like, music then. Sure. Staring at each other in silence. Ah, the perfect environment. It's like, okay, well, then there should be, like, a dance floor section. Oh my god, there's, like, my nose. It's the fucking Coke again. Okay, well, then we'll get, like, a dance floor. Entertainment. It's a celebration. We could, like, get up and dance and party. We could have, like, gift bags or something. It'll be fun. Okay, cool. We'll, like, get a DJ or something then, and should probably get lights too, because we're not just doing this for nothing. So then it becomes a whole thing. Now you've got a sit-down buffet, you've got a dance floor, a DJ, very fancy suits and or suit and dress. All to celebrate this occasion. Round Robin Dance Tournament. And it's something that you really need to play into his need to be the best of and to show off the most for, and you really need to put him on display to convince his dumbass to do a lot of this. And that's fine, because it's relatively not hard to do, given the run of the show. So now you've got a lot of things going. And I was like, well, in order to get the dance floor and the tables, we need kind of like an event space, unless we want to like tear everything down to make the dance floor the same as the like the dining space. And of course you get a ruler going, and who's gonna tear it down? I'm not fucking doing it. Absolutely not. It's my party. I'm not doing anything. Okay, well, if you're not gonna tear it down, then we kind of need some place that has like a staff of some sort that'll move things around for us, and then we don't have to do anything. Cool. Now we've rented out like a large hotel room, like one of those ballroom conference room areas, so that we have room for either dance floor and dining in one spot, or, as can be expanded upon later in the growing of this, both. Alright, now we've moved it up into a bigger room. Bigger room, bigger tables. We could always just invite a few more people, just extend it. Tell people they can bring a +1. We know like a couple more people. Fuck it, I'm sure someone's got family somewhere, right? Filling up the tables. It's like, well, we can't just have anyone sitting next to anyone. If Oswald's sitting next to anyone who's got any sense of power, it's going to end up becoming a whole place. So now I have to figure out who's actually coming in a seating arrangement so that we don't have, like, Bridget and Victor Freeze sitting next to each other trying to burn the establishment down. Alright, so seating plan. No big deal. Easy peasy. Now everything's kind of getting out of hand again, so we'll just push it ahead another few months. Cool. No big deal, really. Just makes booking the venue a little easier. Now we got, like, some time and some wiggle room for things. Alright, well, we got all this now. Kinda, where are we going? I was like, well, we really should have, like, speeches. Because this is our thing, it's celebrating us. We should really make, like, we need to, like, coordinate people who are going to speak during this thing. I was like, why would we do that? It's like, I'm sorry. Do you not want, like, your closest friends, fiends, and cohorts saying literally all the best things about you? This is, like, your celebration. This is our celebration about us. Do you not want... And he's like, say no more. Shut up. How many people can we get to speak? And now you've got toasts already lined up, and even potentially talks from each other. And at this point, this is where Riddler starts to tip into he's now becoming his own worst enemy. Because he didn't want this. And loves people saying nice things about him. He loves people inflating his ego. That's how he gets tricked into half... That's how Oswald tricks him into, like, half the shit that happens. Is he's like, oh, Edward, who's a good boy? And we're not even talking about the dog. Edward's like, I'm a good boy. I'm literally the best boy. Oswald's like, yes, you fucking are. And he's like, yeah, I am. And just runs off and does shit. It's fantastic. I love Gotham. So, yeah, now's the tipping point where we're examining the menu for the buffet. We're examining the venue. We're checking out who's going to DJ this event. that it's going to be this, that, and the other thing. Riddler can't not be in charge. Are you kidding? Normal people picking all of these things for his event? No, not gonna fly. We need the best of this. We need the best of that. The tiles look tacky. We're not going in here. We need more. We need more. We need the best because all of these things are fucking pathetic. My suit has sequins on it. I need lighting. I need disco balls. I need everything so that I sparkle. I am not wearing this sequin suit again for nothing. And I say again in a reference to the fighting pits in the Narrows. A suit like that, something that bedazzles and shines, but not necessarily that one again, because Riddler would definitely not wear a special occasion suit twice, because he'd be that kind of a cunt. Riddler's a bridezilla, and that is where he trips on his own feet into the snowbank. And that is the tipping point, and that's what I'm counting on in my narrative and in my story, is that you get him to the point of needing to be in control and judging the quality of everything that's around him and banking on the fact that he can't let anything be less than perfect and to his standard. So now he's in full control of things. And he's going ham. Right, well, we got this incredibly special hotel room. We have, like, this great dance floor that has, like, marble tile on it. We've got this, like, giant expanse of a long table. We've got, like, the best tablecloths. There's going to be, like, lights. There's going to be floral in places. Everything's going to just stand out. It's going to be a huge party. It's like, well, we can't just let our friends and family see how fantastic I am. We need Gotham to see. We need to open these events because people need to see this. This is now our party. This is now my party for me, us, me. And everyone needs to see me sparkle and dazzle because now everyone needs to know that I am the greatest party thrower ever. That I can do this too? Are you kidding? Of course I can. I'm a genius. You think I can't plan a fucking party? Birthday clowns and shit? No. No. We are having top tier everything. Now, we need to consider dessert, because now it's not just a buffet. We're inviting, like, people in the town. We're making this basically an open event for, like, the politicians, for the people in charge, for the villains, for Jim's probably there too. Sitting in the... Jim would be relegated to the kids' table. Let's be honest. But also, no kids allowed at this event. So Jim's just sitting at a table designated for children by himself. Because that's the seating plan. And now this is becoming a whole thing. We need, like I said, we need desserts. Well, get a cake. Okay, but there's now, like, 300 people coming. You can't just have a cake. Kind of need a big cake. Alright, well, just get a big tiered cake. Fucking up women, making them boring. He's cuffed to the kids' table. He's not allowed to get up. Because he's not allowed to find any of, like, the bridesmaids. Because he's gonna bone them in the bathroom and make them, like, disappointing. Is Harvey also there? Harvey should be there. Because there's food. There's just free food at an event that people are just openly invited to. And Harvey's like, I smell food, and just, like, wanders in. Did you see myself? Lee's at a decent table. Lee's at, like, the head table. Lee is Riddler's best man. Now, if they're your headcanon, that doesn't quite work. In my headcanon, where Ed would be marrying Oswald, that's very fucking funny to me. So, work it as you will. Work it as you may. And, so it really starts just, like, evolving out of control to the point where it's just a wedding now. It is just a combined ceremony and reception. Literally, the only thing that's missing that he won't get on his own is an officiant. Because, as stupid as he can be, he's not that stupid. Hart doesn't even know what the event is, he just smelled food and walked. 100%. Harvey saw the catering van outside of the hotel and just followed it. And then saw the sign that said, like, open invitation, come on in, and just kept following. Harvey bumbled himself in, wearing a suit, and just sat himself down at a table. He doesn't have a seat. He actually sat next to Jim at the kids' table for a while until he started wink-wonking at someone at a table across from him, and now he's sitting with her having a great time. Good for him. Following his dreams. Bless Harvey. So, this is what happens, and it's not figured out in my head of either an officiant or, like, documents. I want to go for, like, the officiant route and just make it a very non-traditional wedded speech. It would start off with, now I'm trying to figure it out in my head live, that partner would be like, okay, this is now, like, a huge fucking event that has, like, designated times and lengths of times for things. So someone should kind of maybe be in control of this, because we're going to be busy, I mean, like, eating and dancing and greeting people and making sure that Zaz doesn't, like, face plant into the back of the cake when no one's looking, and that, like, we'll be busy. We need someone to cover a lot of things. Like, all right, well, we'll get, like, some sort of MC host person. Ooh, orator. Ooh, what a fancy word. But yeah. Also, that's a new word for me, and that's fun. Like, okay, great, sure, we will get someone who kind of keeps pace of everything, because Riddler also loves a schedule, loves timed things. This bitch would absolutely adore someone who could keep everything going at a brisk pace. We're not sitting down for dinner for like an hour and 20 minutes. Everyone scarf it down in half an hour. We're not sitting here just mouths open, jaws agape, flapping gums. People, like, chewing with their mouths open. Fuck off. No. Dinner will be quick and accomplished, and we're not wasting time on it. So having, like, an MC and a person who can keep track of that, an orator, great. He'd love that. Now, just so happens that Riddler describing don't eat your food now, then starve. Riddler is just a very strict mother. So Riddler, in describing this event to the orator, would be like, all right, we got this going on and this, and describing it, and the person, without actually saying it, is like, oh, this is like a wedding. I'm like, I don't think that I can do that, but I've got a buddy. He can absolutely do this for you. Be no problem, similar cost, I can give you his number, he'd be happy to. And he'd be like, okay, great. If you can't, I want the best that I can find. I want someone like smooth talking, keeps pace, can make jokes, but won't let them carry on too long. We just want little quick punchlines thrown in there. So, turns out Orator hands over the event to someone who is ordained, because this man has just been described a wedding without someone saying they need a pastor. He's like, oh, I get it. Huge cake, a lot of people, big thing, whole, like, celebration of relationship. Got it. It's a wedding. So, Mr. Orator gets a friend who's ordained. Now you've got an ordained orator who's keeping track of everything. And now it just becomes, let's get to the event. And it won't be until, like, the day after that Riddler realizes what happened whenever the Gotham Gazette starts posting about, like, the wedding of the century, that it blew even, like, the Wayne's wedding and other, I don't remember all the big wigs of Gotham. I don't care about them. Say Quimby probably had, like, a good fucking wedding somewhere. I don't know. But I think, like, Wayne would really be gold tier standard, probably. Haven't had a wedding like this since Martha and Thomas Wayne from, like, forever ago. Easily these beat them out. This was, like, the party of ever. So incredible. Like, congratulations, Riddler and partner, on their wedded bliss. He wouldn't even catch this at first. He is, like, walking down the street, having gotten stopped by a couple of randos along the way, being like, went to the party last night, so fucking righteous, so super cool, thanks man, like, had a great time, congrats to you. And then passes by a newsstand and just catches it out of the corner of his eye. Commissioner Gordon Smiley spits 120 degrees of Jimbo in the back by himself. And then realizes that the Gazette says it was a wedding. And then he goes into an absolute fucking hissy fit that it's being described as a wedding, when it was very clearly not a wedding. It was a relationship celebration. Thank you very much. And now he's trying to backtrack to a bunch of things. Paperwork gets pulled out, and turns out his fucking, well, Ed's fucking name is on it. Which is, government anyway, considered his name. And now he's like, no. No, I'm not married. I don't do marriage. Marriage is stupid. It's pointless. It doesn't do anything. It's awful. It has no point. It's just perpetuated by dressmakers and people who dig up diamonds for blood money. His government name! Not his chosen name, god damn it. And, just gets to a point of, like, him bitching and whining and moaning, because you know he would. It's Riddler. To the point where it's like, he's flashing up the bat signal to be like, Batman, you gotta get me out of my marriage. I fucking hate this. I don't want to be married. I don't want to be married. I don't believe in marriage. You're not married. You can't be. You wouldn't be out all night every night if you were married. You'd be with your family, obviously, so you must not have one. Be like, oh my god. Escape out of Gotham. So much better. Batman's like, congrats. Congrats on the marriage, bruh. I can't do anything for you. He's like, no, you gotta help me though. Like, you help civilians in need. I'm in need. I'm a civilian right now. I haven't even committed a crime in like 4.5 months. Batman can't be married. He's a Batman. It's impossible. He'd have to put the ring outside of his suit. He can't even do that comfortably. So he'd be like begging and pleading Batman, and Batman's like, A, after the shit you just said, absolutely fucking not. B, 4.5 hours could also be true. Depending on how you want to go with the fic. A little more comedy leaning, 4.5 hours. Ah. Hey, Jericho, and also, hello, Cole. Wedding utility ring. Just clamps around the finger. Yeah, and that would be the big thing, and Batman's like, I mean, did you, like, consummate or something? And we know from season 4, Riddler will dick down if he has the chance. The whole, like, oh, Jim, she's with me in every way. They've been together for like 6 hours. Hyperbole. But it's like, no. He will dick down when there's an opportunity to. So after party, everyone celebrated him, praised him, got that good ego boost. This narcissist, of course you're getting dicked down to like an inch of your life. Absolutely. He just got the best, like, narcissistic blowjob out of this party for, like, ever. He's a slutty little boy. So absolutely, this is going to be, like, the betting of a lifetime. Talking about Gotham again? We're trying. And, that's when he goes, I mean, obviously. Duh. Like, we celebrated the celebration. Of course we did. Everyone's like, okay. Well, I think you actually have to be together for so long before they'll even consider a separation. You were within your right mind. Hell, you planned the entire thing. So... seems pretty official, bruh. Sounds like your problem. Batman just takes off the building. Leaves Riddler crying on the roof. He's like, no! Fucking hate you! And then it becomes like a whole fun little thing where Riddler tries to get out of being married. Until eventually he just breaks down and he's like, fine. Married. Whatever. Batman response. Maybe in different words, but it's most certainly his attitude. Yeah, until eventually you just break him. And he's like, fine, but I'm not wearing the ring. They're like, fine. What? Riddle on the roof. Make a musical out of it. Let's go. I'm parked right there. I'll see you around. He's like, oh, cool. So this was pointless and nothing. All right, well. Whenever you commit a crime, Nigma, see you then. Yeah, you just have to fucking, like... much like a wild horse, you just have to break Riddler until he gets to the point where he's like, okay, fine. We're married, according to the government. But I'm not wearing the ring. I'm not calling you wife/husband/partner. I'm not doing any of these things. Any of these wedding, whatever. No part of it. But fine, we can keep the paperwork. Okay, well, we're keeping the paperwork and we're keeping the whole photo album that came from the photographer because they did damn good work. Oh, you could absolutely talk him into wearing the ring. I think it would just take getting something different. Because something like flashy, something that's a lot more him, obviously, emeralds or a green colored stone. Getting him something like a little more flashy, a little more decorated. Do something a little fancy. A nice, like, I want to say that, like, titanium black kind of color of a ring. Did girl boss too close to the sun? He did. Death till you part kind of wedding seems kind of permanent. Really getting himself into situations he can't get out of and like having to deal with his own consequences is so funny to me, and it happens to him like every fucking time. I adore it so much. It's so good. Get him a question mark shaped stone. Start like feeding into the brand. Or you could play it off like if he doesn't want to wear a wedding band, get him some like replacement jewelry. Get this bitch like a wedding tie clip that has like the question mark. Put the question mark shaped stone in this wedded tie clip. And I know we talked about it before. Me loving the details of Ed and having that little typewriter key tie clip with the little question mark on it that he used to wear at the GCPD. Alexa, fuck off. How dare you? When we learn the directions of consequences. But instead of like the little typewriter uh key, it would be like the ring is the circle that it's kept in, and you can put the question mark stone in the middle of it and put it on as like a tie clip or a tie accessory instead. And it's like, all right, well, you won't wear a ring, and I mean, this bitch wears gloves like 50 to 75% of the time anyway when he's in his like ultimate bitch phase. So either we hide the ring under the glove if it really bothers you so much, but then he would bitch and moan about being able to see the shape of it underneath his gloves. And then it's like, okay, well, we can work around that and get him like special little cufflinks, get him a little tie clip, make him do that gay thing where you put the ring on a chain and he wears it around his neck. Question mark earrings. Ultimate slut. Wedding band tattoo. I think that's like, I think that's cute. As long as it's something that if you break up or split, that it just looks like a normal, you're just like, oh, it's like a ring tattoo. That's cute. I think that'd be fine, but people who get like the full wedded band tattoos, it's like, that's a bold choice. But, oh, so good. Do they jacked? Yeah. Yeah, Marty got me downloads of the Harley Quinn series, and I got to see it, which you say that like he's jacked through the whole thing. Bitch built up to that, and good for him. He worked on his cardio. He was so proud of those fucking calves, and as he should be. He went from a little fucking twink in a leotard, and I love how they're like, why didn't you escape? And he's like, this is the best cardio of my life. This is awesome. I'm not leaving. The animated Harley Quinn was also a very good Riddler. But no, that's my Riddler wedded story. Look at these calves. That was most. Not only was that most of my thought process, but that's more than my thought process because I figured out a couple things that I didn't have figured out whenever I was thinking about it earlier. The world was falling apart and falling to ruin as well. Remember when fucking, what was it? Dr. Mindman got a little bit gay for Riddler? Whenever he was showing off his calves. Yeah, Dr. Psycho. Who wouldn't? Marty, that's a damn fair question. Who would not? Yes, that's my story time, the end. Yay. I love that fucking idiot! Parentheses Riddler. Oh, I wanted something that matched his absolute bullshittery. That he is often his own downfall. It's like, truly, not many people are smart enough to defeat the Riddler. But you don't need to defeat the Riddler. Just give him a small idea and let the Riddler defeat himself. It's just... I did hear. Thank you, Dandy. Final boss in the Incredibles movie? He would, though. You got me monologuing. So known as self-destruct. Why do you think he's constantly paired up with people? That's what was happening whenever he was blacking out and just waking up in random places. He was self-destructing and just landing in spots. Batman animated series also had an interesting Riddler. They did! That's also like the source of one of my favorite fucking dumbass Riddler moments. Where he's looking in the mirror and he's like, I am adorable. Something along those lines. And it's just so fucking funny to me. The guy who actually voiced the animated series Riddler, John Glover, is going to be at the convention that I'm going to, and I'm heavy fucking considering it. Signing up for, like, the autograph table to get a signature from him. Heavy considering it. So I could meet a Riddler, and at least that's something. There's not really anyone else that I'd super consider seeing. He's kind of like one of the top other than Matt Ryan. But, getting to meet a Riddler? I'd be okay with that. Oh, yeah, that fucking, Criminal Minds fame, man. My sister really liked him. Should do it, meet a Riddler. As a treat! Meet a Riddler. Meet one Riddler. Start a bingo card. See how many I can meet. Just choose a Riddler is sponsored. Just walk up to him and be like, I expect my pay in the mail. Thank you. Also, expect to get reimbursed for the signature? Damn. Know how much I support Riddler? Longest Skullurday stream breached into like 7 hours? Long 6, short 7? Because it was like 5 and something. It was like 5.5 or something like that. And I think I breached into 6 for sure.
Milky, milky, cocoa, mix your milk with my cocoa puff. Milky, milky, brown.
And I think we got into like 7 something. Alright, let me screw up this name. Olliefab. Hello. Welcome to the Void. We're just shooting the shit and talking. Oh, I'm doing a lot of talking about Gotham, I'm telling you. Killed it. Oh, I hope so. Short 7. Ooh. How you doing? How you doing? Do you want to be called like Ollie Fab? Just the whole thing? Olifab? What can we do for you? Ollie's okay. Can do. Welcome to the Void, Ollie. This is a special little Skullurday stream. I am one of 4 streamers. Our community can bite in self-defense, but also affectionately. And on Saturday Skullurdays, we just kind of shoot the shit. Sometimes I play a game. Sometimes I remember to play a game. Sometimes, like now, we just talk for like 6 hours about a lot of nothing, but a lot of many things. Show me your tattoo. Your character in another media series made this origami penguin. Be like, oh my god, look, it wasn't you, but you know, the character you voiced for a few years. Another one. Wampa Stompa. Hello, hello. Welcome to the Void. How you doing? We're just talking. At this point, I'm tired because we're getting near the end. But we're talking. I'm one of 4 people. Welcome, 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 welcome. Yo, that art is so nice. Are we talking about the main one here? It got bought for me for a birthday, I'm pretty sure. Twitch tag again. Really is. Just forget. Eventually I'll finish Cryptid Crush and then Sugar will be proud of me. But we'll get there eventually. There's just so many things on my brain lately. Yeah, man. I fucking love that. This picture is so nice. The colors are really good. I mean, skeletons. I'm Granddaddy Skulls. Hello, I didn't introduce myself at all because I'm bad at this. But matches the aesthetic. Matches the brand. I love it. It's very cute, very pretty. And there's a single bee that you can't really see. Right in the corner there. Now you can see it. Oh, and Alexa, you gotta add, the Assassin's Creed Black Flag onto that too. That's not finished. Bees! I got a tattoo with bees. I'm not very bee-themed, but I do have blue bees. Because, blue bees, tattooed on my hip. Can I tell you that you are goddamn fine? You can certainly do such a thing, yeah, sure. Thank you. I much appreciate you enjoying the genetic combination
Why must you fail me so often?
of my parents fucking. Thank you very much. See who makes more honey. Fun fact, the blue bees that I have tattooed on my hip are actually known as one of the most efficient pollinators, which is why they are the blue orchard bee, because anyone with an orchard tries to get their hands on this bee because they are just so damn fucking good at their job. Ton of bee arcs, I love bees. Arrested Development a bit. The show? They tried to kill me once. Arrested Development tried to kill you? Goddamn, the whole cast? Why did the bees try to kill you? That's mean of the bees. Blue bees really fucking got me. I'm glad to provide to the service, Ray. You're welcome.
Oh yeah, we did it! We did it! We did it! Hooray!
What did we do? Jericho, why are we cheering? What's happening? Maybe laugh. Oh, well, that works.
What kind of fucking idiot runs a ship aground? Stupid fucking Steve Bonnet.
You fucking got it, Dandy. That timing is back. The murdering starts. Damn, they were in disguise. Good for them. You did it, but still, good enough. We'll take it, Jericho. Why not celebrate? Fuck it. Fun as hell. Let's go. Where y'all from? I'm Canadian. I am from the north. Which dumb country in the World Cup? Ah, yes. The anti-gay ball kick sport. Not that people, a lot of the people are trying to be supportive and they're wearing the armbands, but the country with which the ball sport is originating in. So anti-gay. So we got killer bees. Yeah, we don't have too terribly much here. It's all pretty standard insectoids. We don't got much special here. Especially the cold kills everything off anyway. I'm just biting at my lip now because I can feel the skin is loose on it. And we like to pick. Quicksand. It's still nice to have little self-defense facts about quicksand. Probably still nice to have some little self-defense tips about killer bees. But, definitely, absolutely, not information that you need every day. So glad it worked out. Dandy, maybe it shouldn't have worked out, but it most certainly did. Worked out perfectly. And mean? How am I mean? I haven't even been mean yet. I have been, maybe, surface abrasive at best, but not mean yet. Even though you definitely probably shouldn't. Ryan was very not good for your mouth. And I know it's a sign of dehydration. Especially like I was talking about earlier with like the split that I keep waking up to on my lip. But, haha. Why would I hydrate? Why would I do anything that's good for me? What if I just didn't do that and just lived vicariously and wildly through everyone else? What if I just dried up like a fucking raisin? Why not? And then I get to be the fucking SpongeBob bitch in the wheelchair.
Chocolate.
That's my goal. That's what I want. Do not unintentionally run past their hive trying to escape is a bad strategy. You know what, Ollie? You got a point. That would most certainly be a bad strategy. Unfortunately, you might not be able to dictate that. So keep an eye out. Whatever way that you came into bees, maybe run directly back where the bees were not before. Try to find safety, maybe. Find a house. Just start pounding your fists on people's doors, being like, for the love of God, someone save my life, please. He's gonna wish he had sand self-defense tips when Frenchie finally gets a pit done. Oh my god. Right into the off-mid fucking HOA AU? Damn. Quicksand, luckily not real. Not in the way that we know it. Or, not that... Fuck all my words. Not in the way that it is presented to us traditionally. Especially not in, people just going like... and being gone. Invented chocolate. You must hug the beehive and befriend the bees. Me trying to remember what we're talking about. The rodents of unusual size. You mean capybara? We're talking about Rhode Island. Skulls is always friendly. I can't believe that's a clip. It's a very good time. That's also something I need to go back to. Add that to the list. Sims 4 HOA. Ruse! Isn't that that? Oh, it's a line! Gotcha. You know what, Ray? You damn well right. You right. We need to hit all the hyperfixations. Got some Stranger Things. We got some Gotham. I mean, we mentioned Venom Tobey Maguire at a point. So really, we've also kind of touched on Venom and Eddie Brock. What else is there? Damn. Yawning. Any big leaf Lewis updates? The leaves have grown in very well. I have not checked the growth tip in a few days to see if it's progressed anymore, but then again, that's what I thought last time, and then the bitch popped out 2 leaves. Fucking Lewis, like, scrapes against the goddamn ceiling when I try to move him. So, these were the leaves that were brand new. Twist this around. There we go. These were the brand new leaves that I showed off last time. AVOFMD time. Ray, when I tell you that I have read definitely so many more gay pirate ABO fics than any of the other fandoms, they go wild with them with the gay pirates. Solomon is so much larger. Yup. Considering this was one of the leaves and this was just the baby one that was starting to pop out where I put my finger up to it and it was like, look at this tiny little thing. Yeah. Now they're full-blown leaves. Big Leaf Lewis, continue to live up to his name, but it doesn't feel like there's any new growth that's gonna pop out yet. The stem is still at the pretty much same place it was. So, it's just the new leaves growing. They're doing well. They're getting nice and green. Not the darker green as some of these, but he'll get there. What does ABO mean? Jericho, you're gonna have to rewind this whole VOD. I put on a masterclass of ABO basics. Also, blue bees. Lol. While I was up, might as well flash the camera. It's been 2 hours on ABO. Fuck. To the clouds, son. Aw, support. You hear that, Big Leaf Lewis? That was for you. And the twins are doing well. Still as fucking leafy as ever. Little bastards. Hardy couple of plants. God, I have so many fucking tabs open from all the bullshit from all our talks, including those fucking disgusting ass green New Balances. Oh, I found a pair of New Balances for Croc. Literally, he could never wear them. The talons would not allow, but they're themed. Damn. God, how? Ray, how could you forget? It's so important. Still alive. Bless. Except me, I drown my succulents and then they all rot from the ground up. Fuck. So we need it. Bless, Dandy, you're providing a service to the community, legitimately. I forgot this was a stream. Well, you know. Sometimes Skullurdays just be like that. Oh my god. He's got the purple too. Can't tell you he tricked himself into his own wedding one fucking night. It's been a goddamn time. We're gonna be able to categorize. Like Ray said, going back and figuring out the conversational points, it would be fucking hilarious if one day I get this up on YouTube and just chapter this entire stream by conversation topics. They're made for him, but only for Ed. We know they're not made for Riddler. Oh, God. Solid BDSM. Dandy, you really opened us up to an entire conversation beyond our mortal comprehension. Like, we might not have ever gotten here without you. Scrolling through fucking New Balances now. Wedges. But of course Ed unties his shoes. Riddler's hoping that he can just, like, get a shoehorn, slip his foot in. But of course, Ed not only properly laces up his shoes, fits his laces to his feet, but he will do them every single time. Fully laces and unlaces his little bows, sets the shoelaces very neatly, like inside. Damn. If when you get it up on YouTube. I am catching up a bit in uploads. I haven't made anything go live in a long while. I've been just uploading and uploading and uploading and uploading and then setting them to private. Just so I feel like I can more catch up. Rather than feeling the pressure of staying on top of a schedule and then at some point I'll just slow release them. Right now I'm into like mid-June, which is not bad considering where we were. But getting there. Working on it. Bit of time. Intro is proud because you can't shame the shameless, and that's the fucking energy we need, Dandy. Be proud of this bullshittery. You should be. Things are going on YouTube. Well, I mean, all the other streams are still up on the YouTube archive. It just hasn't been updated in, like, eons. Because it was too much for me to do on my own. And then Freckles was gonna help me, and then that didn't work out. And then no one else has offered to help. So now I'm just very slowly doing a chunk at a time, just for me, and eventually I'll catch up. And we're gonna have different shoe closets. Oh yeah. Like, fucking Ed getting an apartment that has, like, a his and her closet. And the realtor being like, oh, so where's the missus? Like, she's gonna love this. Meanwhile, Riddler is the missus who's going to have, like, half the closet just so he can put his own individual shit in there, because Ed's got all of his, like, button-ups and his cozy little nerd sweaters, all of his different, like, bow ties, all of his fun little, like, nerdy things, his fully laced sneakers. Riddler has just, like, nothing but suits. Literally nothing but suits and, like, 3 pairs of pajamas. And a single pair of blue jeans that he refuses to touch, but he put them on and his ass looked incredible, so he can't get rid of them, but he will never wear them. And then just all boots and slip-ons, penny loafers, different, like, slide-on brocades, Oxfords. This bitch. Although Oxfords have laces, but I'm pretty sure brocades do too, but we get the idea. I'm just naming fancy shoe styles. Suits and Crocs! Yeah. Mrs. You mean Oswald's maid? Olga! Olga, you want this fucking closet, girl? This is for you, babe. A tree full of bowler hats. Oh my god. This bitch with, like, a coat rack in the back corner, but it's just for his hat selection. No, I'm not kidding. Why would we think you were kidding? I mean, if you're telling us, then yeah, sure. Happens. There's a lot of clothing that will just eat decent anatomy if they don't fit right, if they're not made out of the right material, if they don't have the right stretch, if they don't have the right seam placement, especially if they have pockets that are in a really bad placement, especially for, like, taking away an ass. Having a pair of jeans that have a very bad pocket placement, especially if the pocket placement is super high, because then if all of your ass is, like, down here, and you have, like, I should have said low, but I said it the reverse because I'm fucking tired. So if you have all your ass down here and your pockets up top, then your pocket's basically ending, or, like, the design of your pocket is ending, like, right where the cheek starts curving in, so it's complementing the form of said cheek. If the pocket is too low, it's laying flat where you're curved, and it's going to get rid of everything you have. So yeah, little things like that. You can have a great anything, but if you're not wearing the right clothing, if you're not having clothing in the right shape or the right fabric that's complementary for you, you basically have nothing. And why do that? Why do that to yourself? Get complementary things. Especially if you get any of those pants that have, like, the absolutely ridiculous, like, huge fucking back pockets. Yeah, I get, like, the little Levi's with the little diamond bottom and everything. More complementary shape for the cheek. And usually the size is a lot better so it doesn't eat the shape of your ass. Plus, any jeans with stretch in them. any of those that have like the denim and we'll say like 5% spandex, so they're like 95% poly, 5% spandex, something like that. Always very good for the butt because denim likes to constrict on its own. If it's a tight weave, it might not have a lot of stretch in it, but a lot of more modern denims tend to have at least a little bit. Men's denims, I think, are probably hit or miss because a lot of them are also designed to be a little bit more spacious and baggy and a little more hanging because dudes don't like form, I guess, according to marketing. So finding a decent jean that has some stretch in the material will also help, and it will help keep the jeans from trying to constrict areas that don't need to be constricted. 90s denim was awful. 90s denim was scratchy and it didn't move and it was so starchy and it wasn't friendly, and I didn't like the late 90s, early 2000s denim because that's when low-rise jeans were everywhere. I can't wear low-rise jeans. I have way too high of a waist. So the waist of the pants, the top, it just ground into my hip bones and they were so uncomfortable. Always caused me problems. They always made all of my shirts look like they were cropped because shirts weren't long enough either. Long ass torso. And everything's a fucking short shirt. And low-rise jeans. Like I'm like 13. Man, I just want shit that fits. I lost my goddamn mind when high-waisted jeans came out and I went, oh my god. Oh my god, they fucking fit. Although a lot of high-waisted jeans fit me like normal jeans fit people. But God fucking bless when high-waisted jeans came out. I was so fucking excited. It's just, ma'am, I'm fat. I can't wear this. Ugh. Fucking low-rise jeans. And it's like, you know what you need to do? Have everything you own hanging out of the top of these pants. Could not be comfortable in the slightest, but that's not our problem. Fucking dumb. Ed ever moved in with someone, they would have to have a closet in another room because I'd rather have filled up the his and hers in the master bedroom. At a point, one just considers whether they need to make the auxiliary room just like a walk-in closet. Tear out the closet in the his or hers master. Just make it extra space for the room to be a bit bigger. Maybe try to convert it into like a small personal bathroom just so you don't have to get out of the room fully if it doesn't have an ensuite itself. And then just walk-in closet in the spare room. Be like, we can't be fucked with this. We have so many suits. Ed like refuses to put anything he owns in a drawer unless it's like socks and underwear. So we just need more. Pants you could unzip to shorts. Me sweater I can turn into a short sleeve. I used to have something similar to that. I know I've had jackets that you could convert into vests. And like there was something very similar to that. Or I don't think it was like a sweater. It was like a bomber jacket or something. And you could take a bunch of the sleeve off and it would be basically like a t-shirt style something. No spare room, it's just a closet. Spare room turned into closet. There was once a spare room. You can fucking believe it ain't there now. Oh my god, jackets with like the 7 zippers. Oh fuck yeah. Sleeves off, hood off, liner out. Here's like a fleece liner that you could zip into it for the fall. Here's a fucking like extra zipper just because. Here are like 18 fucking buttons to keep the liner generally in place. Those things were awesome. A lot of clothes. There's a lot of clothes in that house, even though it's a fairly small apartment. Although I did find someone's Sim 4 house. They recreated Ed's apartment like as best they could, and they did a really good job, and I saved that immediately, and I went, might be worth making. Aw, flightless kite. Sad. Enigma moving with all these pirates going, what the fuck is happening? Gay pirate cul-de-sac. Gotham neighboring cul-de-sac. Everyone hates their neighbors. Time for the Eds to meet. Ed on Ed action, let's go. I think like Riddler would love Steed's closet, would hate Steed. He makes like amicable friends at best, just to be able to go into Steed's house and like poke around at his closet and his setup and be like, man, I really gotta make this spare room like this. This is gorgeous. Have you been watching Hiffle? No. I don't typically. I've seen a couple episodes, like 8 some odd months ago, like at the beginning of the year. But do not watch Hiffle casually, no. Not a ton of interest in it. But it has been fun for the little bit that I've seen. The idea of like Slim Jim Gordon also meeting like Ed Teach and being like, why do I sense something that could be kind of criminal? Why do I feel like criminal possibilities could happen? And then he slowly looks around the rest of the cul-de-sac and he goes, why does this feel like Gotham? Why do I feel like there's crime everywhere? Meanwhile, you got Harvey just chilling. Just meeting all his neighbors. Hanging out with, like, Roach and Frenchie.
Missed!
Just, like, following where the vibes are. He's just having a great time. My detective senses are tingling. Harvey and Calico Jack. Oh my god. I feel like Harvey would try to warn Jack about where his future is going. That like Harvey would like, this guy reminds me a lot of myself when I was younger and bro, you need to slow it down cuz look at me. It'll get worse. It's true, the sack we did do a crossover for that, didn't we? Gotham. And gay pirates. Together once more. If only there were, like, more room. Or if there was more room in the neighborhood to put more come full circle. Finally. I also like the idea of like Butch / Grundy, depending on what part of Gotham you're looking at. Just kind of like vaguely standing near Wee John. I'm gonna be like, oh, so you're their big kind of silent guy, huh? And he's like, yeah. You too? Yeah. And they're like, huh. It just it's all of their interaction. Ugh. Writing in Jim's perspective fucking sucked. As soon as I started writing for Jim, with Jim, dead. Dead wants, dead wishes. Could not care anymore. Absolutely killed every little bit. And Jim being born created an HOA, which is so fucking funny. Frenchie would be toying with Dumb Ed. Frenchie would be pulling the fucking ringer with Dumb Ed. Like, Jesus Christ. Frenchie would torture that poor, poor fucking idiot. Harvey? Fun character to write for. Great perspective. Jim? Fucking creativity killer. How... Jim can't even put his fucking dick in me. And he made everything so much more boring. He killed my creativity and my joy. He can't even get near... He's not real. How do you do that? This is crazy. And Jim killed him. The fun part Harvey had. Harvey was on a damn roll. And Jim walked in and everything fucked up. So rude. Jim's too powerful. God damn. We can't stop him, though. He just gets more boring. He just takes the life out of that much more pussy. We can't stop him. He's gone beyond our capability. Jim did that! Oh, I gotta close A, some of these tabs, and B, I need to just, like, set shit aside. Save things to my god clipboard. Saving things. Put tape over his mouth. God, we could only hope that that would stop him. Okay. Tabs figured out. I'm done. Jim shouldn't be allowed at the Riddler wedding. He'd make a party be boring just by speaking. Jim sitting corner with tape over his mouth. Fucking handcuffed to the table. It's like, you could have just not let him in, but no, he needs to see how amazing this party is and how good of a job I did. He needs to be here to witness my prowess. But he's not allowed to move, stand, look at anyone. And he can't, for fuck sure, speak. I love the idea of that. Oh god, we've accomplished a lot emotionally, I think, tonight. And we've done so much. We've had so much happen. We've gone on this emotional journey together. I think we've all grown as people. going with that partner for Ed. It's true. Oswald 100% wants his first boy crush at the party. A, because he needs to know where Jim is at all times. Just in case Jim does something to ruin something else. B, even though in my headcanons, there was never anything there, Oswald still has that, like, petty bitch ex-girlfriend thing of needing to show off how much better his life is now that Jim's not actively in it, even though Jim's in it, like, all the time for trying to arrest and stop him. So he's gonna be like, oh my god, I'm marrying the man of my dreams in this, like, gorgeous wedding venue? Isn't this just so fun, restrained Jim? Aren't you having such a good time, restrained Jim? I think you're having such a good time, restrained Jim. I'm glad you could be here to witness this and me. It means a lot, restrained Jim. Jim's a groomsman, but he's still chained to a table. Tape over his mouth in the corner. You know, someone like Butch would be like... He'd be in the bridal party, but pissed that he's not the best man, because we all fucking know Zaz is the best man. We all know it. It can't be debated. We all know better than that. Zaz is the best man. And I'll tell you what for. Not out of Oswald's choice. Zaz threatened to murder whoever the best man on Oswald's side was, and that he would steal the rings and run off with them. And he's like, no, it's me. It's me and literally no one else. I am best man. If anyone else is your best man, I'm murdering them, I'm murdering you, and I'm finishing this wedding. I was just like, fucking fine, throw a goddamn fit. You're the best man. Whatever. So it's just like, yeah. He's so happy. He's like, I got the rings. I got this. I'm so good. Fly in my suit. Hell yeah. Now I'm gonna go hit on the bridesmaids. It's like, says, there's no, everyone in the party is everyone you know. There's no one new to hit on. He's like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, okay, fine. Whatever. Have fun. Just be back by a certain time with the rings, because fuck, can't be bothered. Can't be bothered to fight with you. Bridal party still doesn't know. God, I love him. Yeah, because Riddler just thinks that the bridal parties are just party support people. It's like, okay, well, we need people that we trust, that we can count on. We need people to make sure that, like, this is accounted for and that's accounted for, and that the speeches are kind of lined up, and, like, I could take all of this on myself because I'm obviously the best, but we're gonna be too busy with everything else the day of, so if we got people that we can actually fucking half believe in, then they can fulfill all of those roles. Party support people, as every party has, of course. I mean, there are often parties where it's like, okay, you gotta bring that dip because you've brought it to the last party and it was such a huge hit. We need you in charge of that sort of thing. And there's always the person who gets called up that's like, I can't pick up the cake, can you do it? Or like, we need the balloons, we need this. Like, someone gets a call the night before or the day of, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm so busy setting up, can you please, like, come grab these things from, like, go grab these things for me and bring them here? That is a party support person, whether they know it or not. And I know that's not like a society recognized title, but that's what they are, aren't they? But same as this is just a relationship celebration event, they are they are party support people. Tomato potato. he really builds himself a whole wedding, doesn't realize, but he does every single thing. And the thing is, he hilariously does it basically all right to a wedding narrative. And even if he doesn't do it exactly right, it becomes exactly right. Because in my headcanon, but it could be for anyone, partner, / for me, Oswald, is like, oh my god, this is becoming a wedding. Like, especially someone like Oswald and Oswald's perspective would notice it very quickly. Because Oswald is also very selfish and manipulative. So as soon as it comes up, he'd be like, I mean, we're gonna need a bigger venue. Do we want the dance floor? And he just starts like leaking little things because boy wants this wedding. As much as also in my headcanon, now I'm talking again, as much as also in my headcanon, like, Oswald doesn't rely on marriage as, like, a concept. He's not dying to pop the question, but I like to think that he's incredibly positive about it and would like to get married but isn't holding his breath about it because it's just a whole thing that his mom instilled in him, a whole, like, true love, and then you get married and live happily ever after sort of timeline. So this boy found the true love. His mom. His dead mother. Riddler is his dead fucking mother. You can't say no to that. And he will. He'll say no. Would have instilled the whole, like, marriage and true love and, like, the whole shebang. So I was just like, I kind of would like to, but I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's fine. Whatever. I'll live without it. But getting it? Having it so close within his little graspy, sweaty little fingers? Like he's not going to try to start manipulating the fuck out of the situation and dropping little tidbits until Riddler gets to the point where he's just making a whole ass wedding. And then it just becomes Oswald's job at that point to slap his hand over Zaz's mouth every time Zaz tried to say something about, dude, is this a wedding? I was just like, shut the fuck up. Absolutely fucking not. Don't say a goddamn word. I am this fucking close to getting it. Don't say shit. Sess is toast about the couple. He loves the couple because they pay him. The best love. Color the wedding flowers. Imagine you can't do green. You can do some green. You're just looking at usually a lot of foliage, and if flowers come in green, they're usually like a softer, paler green, which is fine. I mean, you'd probably do a lot of purples because it's a color that they can share if you go by more of the comic backgrounds. The Gotham Riddler tends to hang a lot into just like the emerald greens. That, and I mean, it's Riddler, so he would not be above or below getting essentially like manipulated flowers. One of those, like, if you cut them and put them in the water with food dye in the water, the flower sucks it up and then the petals start turning the color of the food dye that you put in it. You know, if he can't get like emerald green flowers, he's gonna do some stupid fucking experiment and get it done. Or at the very worst, that bitch will make sure that those flowers are like fucking hand painted and sprayed to be the colors that he wants them to be. But they are real flowers. We're not getting fake ones. Fake ones are for middle-aged women on craft fairs who want to decorate their little she shed personal spaces. We're getting real fucking flowers, Oswald. This is nothing if opportunistic. Right? It's one reason why I love him. He never stops the hustle. We're talking about weddings. No. He's getting his damn wedding if his Jedi mind trick out into planning to have it. And that's why I love them together. They'll both manipulate the fuck out of each other. But it's never to a point of like being actually harmful unless it's to people outside of the two of them. Like Isabel. Isabella. But directly to each other, not unless it's in revenge. Otherwise, it's just harmless manipulation to get what they want. And I appreciate that so much about them. I always try to balance whenever I have the two of them together. I try to balance the right kind of manipulations so that they're not fully being complete dickheads to each other about everything all the time, but it's absolutely full of a lot of harmless manipulation and idea planting. Be like, let's see where this goes. Alright. I still need to go to bed, but I'm still also talking about Gotham because I've got work in the morning, so I'm getting up in like 4-ish hours. Long letter to be read. The first letters are like, he can marry me. I love that though. That's so fucking corny. Oswald writing this big letter to Riddler like he had Ed. Wonderful to fit it. Thank you. I guess I could flip over to that intro. Maybe if I can pop up some Oswald. So good night to everybody. Good night, all. It's been a lovely time. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me in my lovely home, chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me ramble. Thank you for sharing your ramblings with me so I could listen to them. Thank you for collaborating on these ramblings. We, or me, not me, we, but Lane and Richie have the opportunity to stream on Monday and Wednesday for the group streams. I know Freckles was taking November off, so Freckles might be back, not like this week coming, but the next week. That'll be the start of December, but that'll all depend on her and how she's feeling, if she wants an extension of any kind, if she's rip-roaring and ready to go. It's all up to her. Again, I probably won't be around Monday or Wednesday, and I definitely won't be around for this coming Skullurday. I'll be at the convention at Ohio, or I'll be at the convention in Ohio. One of those combinations of things works more grammatically than the other. I think that's basically it. Eventually I'll play a game again. A lot of chatting though tonight. It's a lot of fun. Depending on where I'm at on Wednesday, I might pop in to chat for a little bit and just yell. Just scream. Scream out of anxiety. But we'll see. We'll see where I'm at. We'll see what happens. We'll see. It's way too late. I need to go to bed. Gotta open up the store tomorrow. He's given we can have talk time. I do genuinely really enjoy the talking streams, though. They make me very happy. Lets me get out a lot of energy and words, even if I can't say the words incredibly well sometimes. But you know, that's the fun of it. Yeah. I'm gonna grab my mouse. I'm gonna put it over the button. So, thank you everyone for being here. I love you. Have a lovely evening, a lovely day, a lovely afternoon, a lovely time of day that applies to you in the time zone that you are in. Thank you everyone for the follows tonight. That was very sweet, very lovely. 4 more people added to the pile. We'll see if we keep them for any length of time. I think that's basically it. Oh, and thank you everyone for your luck wishes. Everything going well, safe trips, thank you, thank you. We'll see what happens. Other than that, love you guys. Again. Goodbye. Have a lovely time. Get out of my room.